Welcome to the only source you need for topics and toy news. This is Gen Z Report. Joining us live, the ultimate Marvel Legends and comic collector. He's got the power of youth. He's got the stories. It's Ashwan. Next up, the master of SH figure arts. His collection is legendary, his knowledge unrivaled. Say hello to Zion. And leading the charge, the one and only, the fearless McFarlane apologist and the agent who never sleeps. It's Agent Zman. The Gen Z Report. Your weekly dose of awesome starts now.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to another week. Your host of awesome topics and awesome news is I, Agent Z-Man, but, I don't do this alone. We don't do the Gen Z report just with me. We do it with my lovely co-hosts. But as you all know, let's introduce them. So from A to Z, obviously me, Agent Z-Man, but of course, we got Ashwan 231 Comics.
Hello, you beautiful people on this Saturday evening. How you all doing?
And of course, we have the amazing Zion from Degenerosity Comics.
Hello, and happy 4th of July to all our American viewers.
There you go. Happy 4th of July, everyone. The two of us are British, and we do have an American, so it's fine. It's perfect. Woo! So, obviously, today's topic we'll be talking about rank the movies, but it's a special one because it's MCU. We're finally in the MCU, and we're going to be doing phases 1 and 2. Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting episode. But before we get into our usuals, let's check the chat. We got Virtual Dave, agent in training. Says, good evening, gents. We are Groot. We are Groot. Simple. And of course, we have Jay's Toys Collection. Evening all. Been a busy day of moving the toys display. Yeah. It's always. Yeah, exactly. Always moving with Jay, but always love his displays because he does some good magic, but also poor Kiara. Because things are moving all sorts of places. But it's not about the journey, it's about the destination. But of course, before we get into the main topic, we do our pickups. We'll start from A to Z, and I don't have anything. We'll go straight to Ashwan 231 Comics. What you got?
Well, Ashwan 231 Comics, clues in the name comics. So we'll start with the comics. So I've got more figures than I do comics this week. And even though I normally start with figures, I'll start with comics because it's some pretty good ones. So, of course, I do my weekly videos, so I don't show as much on these live streams, but I'll just go through it. So, X-Men United issue 5 came out Wednesday, and I got the color block variant. So, David Nakayama, always get color block variants no matter what. I really like them, really enjoy them. I don't have any, I think I only have issue 1 and 2 of X-Men United, so I couldn't even continue reading it anyways. But just cool Psylocke variant. So, got that. I also, the Mortal Thor issue 12 came out, and it got a David Nakayama color block. So, pretty cool. And of course, in my pull list, I have Captain America, but I just recently started getting Captain America, so I don't have some of the older issues. So I picked up issue 9 and issue 11. So that's it for single issues. But we go on to trades, and I got all this stuff from Forbidden Planet here in Norwich, and they had a sale going on where it was 3 for 2 on basically just anything Like they do it all the time. It's just anything like comic, like graphic novel kind of stuff. And so I got 3 Marvel Premiere collections. I got Daredevil Born Again as a Premiere collection. So very excited to give this a read. I've read a bit of it so far, but it is literally just how the comic was before, just a bit like compact. Basically, just if you're familiar with DC compacts, then this is just Marvel's version of it. Got that. I got Punisher, Welcome Back Frank. So another awesome one to get into. And then last but not least, I got Fantastic Four Solve Everything. So 3 new awesome storylines just to read, because my rule with most of the compacts and trades are, of course, if they're like way older. But I'm probably just from now on going to buy compacts for both DC and Marvel, depending on the story. But yeah, on to figures. So, of course, started the week off as a very big high because In Demand imported in some figures. And I had them on pre-order, but I cancelled my pre-order because went there and they had them. And so I got Spider-Man from Brand New Day and Hulk from Spider-Man Brand New Day. So got both these figures. They're very good. I'm using the cheeky McFarlane flight stand. So gotta use it somewhere, but yeah, awesome figures. I didn't bother keeping the shirt piece on, but I just wanted to say for people that maybe weren't aware, the shirt piece is like goes around his arms, so you have to like move his arms to fully take it off. It's not like the one that came with the previous Hulk, the comic one. So it's a bit different, but this Hulk figure just looks overall cool. Haven't had a MCU Green Hulk before, so very excited to have this in the collection. And then saw this figure there, and I just wanted to buy it just to continue on with the MCU. And I didn't end up getting the older one, but I will end up probably getting the older one at some point. But I got the new Andrew Garfield Spider-Man.
Awesome.
And so very cool. I will probably end up doing something, and I know it's kind of stupid, but I don't really care, to be honest. But I may end up buying the 3-pack of all 3 of them and their own single releases at some point, just because I just want to. And you get a load of, like, all the accessories of the different ones, and I want to have like 3 of the Spider-Men all unmasked, but then 3 of them in their like poses where they're on the Statue of Liberty kind of thing. And so I wanted to have that within the MCU shelf. So I will sort that out at some point. But the last pickup, and very MCU heavy, because I was saying to Zman and Zaran before the show that this year's going to be very MCU heavy for me, because of course Doctor Doomsday at the end of the month, or end of the year, shall I say, and Spider-Man at the end of the month. So hopefully maybe more figures for that. But very MCU heavy. I'm going to try and build up my MCU displays more than comic, just because I'm all right with my comic at the moment. I'll get bits here and there, but yeah. But I got Dogpool and Deadpool. So very awesome figures. I will what I was saying about the Spider-Man, how I was going to buy multiple. I'm going to buy multiple Deadpools just because I'm going to have one with shirtless Wolverine that I've pre-ordered. I'm going to have one with the Wolverine claws that he comes with in this pack, but I'm going to have it on another Wolverine and another Deadpool. But I'm going to just probably buy multiple just because then make him look a bit different maybe. But yeah, that's all from me this week.
Damn. That's an awesome haul. I didn't see a Mephisto, so I'm assuming you didn't get Mephisto, or is he still on the way? Oh.
I did get Mephisto. I just didn't want to take him off the shelf.
Yeah.
But yes, I do have Mephisto, and I don't know if you can see, but I have his son lurking over there. He's lurking somewhere, but yeah, I'm very excited. I was very excited for this because even though, like I just now said, I'm not really, or at the moment, I haven't been buying as much comic stuff. When it comes to Mephisto, I kind of had to. I pre-ordered it literally as soon as it came out, or if not, not that long afterwards, just because I remember Dan was saying, just reminding people constantly that it's your last chance to pre-order. Make sure you pre-order, kind of thing. And I just done it because I really wanted the figure. So thank you to Dan. But yeah, everything for me this week. Very expensive week. But yeah.
Yeah, especially now with Legends increasing that price hike, it's like it hurts more. Exactly. I have popped down Ashwan's YouTube channel in the comments, so make sure you check that out for his comic pickups, as he alluded to. So there we go. But from Ashwan, we have Zion. Zion, what are your pickups for this week?
Now, when Jay said that he was moving around his display, I was doing the same thing today because I got something a couple days ago that made me figure out, maybe want to rearrange my display. So we have the Avengers right here. So Marvel. Try to get in there for you. And then I had One Piece over here, but then I put Batman right here. And then we see an empty stand. So I wonder what could be, who was on that empty stand? The Kal-El himself, Superman, from CT Toys.
Now that is a sick pickup.
Yeah. And then this one is different from the Mayfix because it comes with the extra accessory that the Mayfix didn't come with. Came with the smiling head.
All right, that's sick. I'm jealous because my Mayfix one doesn't have that. So maybe I need to get a CZ Toys one. Spend more money on a Mayfix or like a Hush Superman, but yeah.
So they're just on the display like this.
Oh yeah, that is awesome.
And then I took a lot of figure photography for Superman, so expect a new post from me of Superman coming sometime next week.
Exactly, and I post your Instagram in the comments, so everyone go give Zion a follow. He's doing some awesome photography, so make sure you do that. Virtual Dave, Andrew says nice pickup, Zion.
Well, thank you.
It's a great pickup. Like, I'm surprised. Like, I mean, how quick? Because that's come out, and then the Best Toys Venom or Lethal Neighbor has come out, and I'm like, oh boy. Like, I definitely want to get him, but it's a case of his the color scheme for him doesn't match the color scheme of the symbiote Spider-Man, because he's a lot more purple and shiny compared to Spider-Man, who's matte black.
Well, aren't there variants of like the colors you can get? Aren't there like variants like the type of color you can get, or is that something else?
I think it's something else.
So I saw like this post of like this import Venom, but it had like the purple, the matte black, and then like a bluish variant. It's probably
I'm not sure. Yeah, if anyone finds that post, put it in the chat, and we'll see if we can check that out. But that's our pickups. And let's just say hello to the amazing, as we'll get to his graphics. But we had Combat Collector here, aka Big Will, just dropping in to say hi, and we'll catch you on the replay tomorrow. Have fun. Thank you. As alluded to, today's topic, we need the awesome graphics because, oh boy, here we go. This topic is the Rank the Movies, but it's the MCU phases 1 and 2. And yeah, like I said, thank you. Big shout out to Combat Collector for doing the thumbnail and the graphics for us. But without further ado, let's get straight into it. So, obviously, from last time we did the Rank the Movies, or previously on Rank the Movies, we did the Spider-Man movies. And here's our previous tier maker list that we had. So obviously, a lot of good films and spectacular. And you had a lot of poor tier films at the bottom. a lot of the Sony stuff, I can tell you that. But make sure you tune into that previous video. But today's topic is obviously MCU. So we had to start off with the beginning, and that is Iron Man. Obviously, Iron Man #1, crazy start to an MCU phase. And as you can see, a lot of memes, a lot of memes, and like Ashwan is showing, we've got Marvel Legends here, so that's that new one with the redeco, uh, without the Tony head. As shown here, here are the few Marvel Legends we do have from Iron Man 1, which some of them are very recent, like the one Ashwan showed, as well as the previous version of that and the Mark II version. And of course, we did get Ironmonger and uh, Obadiah Stane in a 2-pack. We don't have, but like, I think that's perfect. The only thing I would say is that this old 2-pack release of Iron Man Mark 1 and Tony Stark, we definitely need a redo. But as you can see, there's a lot of highlights to this film. It's the first one, but also it spawned a lot of memes. Of course, the iconic meme, Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps. And the infamous "next time, baby," last scene. However long since that film, I think that film, Iron Man 1 was 2008. Crazy. I was 8. So definitely, it's a long time if you think about the movies. But let's give our highlights. So we'll go from Z to A. So Zion, what is your highlight for Iron Man, and then what's your low light after you do your highlight?
Well, there's a lot that I can say about this movie. A lot of positive. It's you wouldn't expect. Well, back in the early days, Iron Man wasn't that much popular of a character. He was like a B or C tier character at most. And the fact that they pulled this off with that low level character and made him like a A tier character, Jon Favreau just I'm stumbling on my words, but this movie's so good. It introduces Tony Stark and has his origin, a great villain in Ironmonger, the side characters, Rhodey, Happy Pepper. It like well-rounded the cast and Tony Stark and the villain all together in one movie for really that only hardcore comic fans knew. Like for the average person, they probably only knew Iron Man and probably didn't even know Tony. Well, Stark was Iron Man, and in fact, they'll like pull this off that early into the superhero movie genre. It's peak.
Absolute peak.
And it's the best Iron Man movie.
Oh, already we got maybe a controversial take. I don't think so. I think that's a great take. What would you say the low lights of the film, if there were any, if you think?
Only low light that I will say is that, and really for me, it is just something that didn't happen in the movie that they set up with the whole thing about the Mandarin. Because I saw this like thing of like how originally the Mandarin was going to be the main villain and Ironmonger was going to be for the second movie, but then they wanted to be more like realistic and grounded for like the first movie, so they put Ironmonger to the force and scrap Mandarin. But we can't really fault that for this movie.
Yeah, exactly. It's a foreshadowing thing of the 10 rings as they are alluded into this film. We had like Raza, who was that obviously they changed Iron Man's origin to be more modern. So obviously that comes with different changes, certain changes that don't sound great now, but obviously they did it then. We saw the 10 rings, as we can see here, like shown there. So it's like, ooh, I wonder. Ooh, we'll definitely get to that in the later movies. But yeah, and we go, Ashwan, what are your highlights of Iron Man?
Well, can I just say the whole film? Like,
You can't say that.
I'll get into it more when we rank it, but
Mhm.
just this film is just I love this film so much. That's what I'll say. Low lights. You could class it as a highlight or a low light. I personally think it's more highlight than a low light, but of course this starts the trend of somewhat them not keeping their identities too much anymore, which you
Mm.
could maybe say is a low light, but I personally think it's done really well in this, and like I just feel like it makes Iron Man more suitable as a character, like somewhat makes more sense.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't bother me, but if people find it a low light, then it's up to them. But I
Yeah.
personally like it because you get the iconic scene out of it, and you just get iconic stuff out of it. But the only thing you could maybe class as a low light is, of course, the roadie thing. But of course, that was to do with something behind the scenes, so it weren't really up to them. But I personally much prefer Don Cheadle than I do this guy, anyways. So I'm kind of happy. But overall, this whole film is a highlight. So
There you go. Yeah, that's an awesome take. And I think for me, highlight, it was the first like MCU film, and they did Iron Man right. Like, it was a physical suit he wore most of the time, but obviously, like, you know, CGI and whatnot. So it was like early stages of CGI, not early, but like at good point, so it doesn't look off. Um, you know, it's pretty faithful in terms of like how they did the origin, but obviously they changed it slightly to be more modern, which has its own things. But um, Ironmonger, awesome, yeah, uh, great film to start this universe that we didn't even know was gonna become this whole franchise, because before that it was just one-offs like Blade and the previous Spider-Man movie. So awesome. I think low light again. I'd say just. I think how you said about this secret identity, maybe, but for me, it's more so this started the phase of, or like kind of like the same thing of MCU villains dying in the film, like they're just killed off straight away, which you'll see that will become a pattern. And I think this was the start of it, and it was like, dang it, like that's the only low light for me. But without further ado, let's also, I do want to show that I still have my original Iron Man movie figure, which he was the armor pop off version, where you have a little RDJ head, and you could like take off the armor, you can take off the arms, have like, you know, bare arms, but an awesome figure. But we definitely got better versions. But this one still holds. Like, and it was 6 inch. It was, you know, you'll see later on. Sometimes the movies don't have a good figure line, but for Iron Man 1, decent. But now let's get into ranking Iron Man 1. Ooh. So, as we have a blank canvas, we can put it anywhere. But from so Zion, where do you think this will go?
There's only one place this movie belongs, in S tier.
Oh, Ashwan, do you agree?
definitely, it's in my top three of MCU of all time. So it's definitely going in S tier. It better.
I agree. I can't deny it. It's awesome. I love it. Great film to start off the franchise. It doesn't we even said, doesn't have a lot of lowlights, so it's perfect. So with that, we got Iron Man top of the S tier. Let's see if that sticks or if it stays high on that spot. But now let's get straight to the next film, which is Incredible Hulk. Now, we previously ranked a Hulk movie, the 2000 Ang Lee Hulk film, on on the highest tier. How is this fair? So we'll go, Ashwan. What is your highlight of this film, and then what is your low light?
Well, I can't remember whether I watched Ang Lee or this one before. I can't honestly remember, but of course these are the two main Hulk films you watch as a kid, or at least I did. And I loved it. I know like some people are a bit iffy with it. I liked it. I like just him, how the actor is, like Edward. Is it Edward Norton?
Yep.
Yeah.
Him as Bruce Banner, just I think is kind of cool. Like, of course, I know like it's the same thing with the Rhodey thing. They had a disagreement behind the scenes, so then ended up didn't go anywhere. But like, it's I didn't mind this film. Of course, the Hulk that we get like does look like Hulk. Like he does. He's rageful. He's like big and angry. You get the whole like little storyline with Betty and Thunderbolt Ross and all these type of people. Of course, Abomination's design is a bit iffy, but like I didn't. It's clearly it's not as good as Iron Man 1 is. But I still think like to start it off, even though I know there's a fair amount of people that I know that don't like this film, I thought it was okay. But like the main low light I would say like is maybe Abomination's design, but I thought it was kind of cool as a kid. I didn't know of the like comic book design that much, and I just thought it was kind of cool. Like the other low light, even though of course it's more of a low light now, but we got like basically the sequel to this year or last year, but that's a completely separate low light kind of.
We'll
but,
definitely talk about that when we get to the later phase for that.
But overall, like I like this film. Like the actors you get out of it as well are pretty good. But yeah, I just think it's overall decent.
Yeah. Before I go to you, Zion, Virtual Dave, bang on the money. The Incredible Hulk is a good movie, but the Ang Lee Hulk is a better, fun comic book Hulk movie. Absolutely, absolutely. Zion, what do you think of like? What's your highlights and lowlights of this film?
I really like this movie. Now, it's not as good as Ang Lee's Hulk, obviously, but this movie still captures like the Hulk in like who he is. And looking back, especially like looking back on it nowadays, I miss this Hulk where he was just like rageful, throwing cars, attacking the military. You know, we don't get that no more. So let's look back on this, and people hating on this movie, and that would be like a pattern for like some of these like earlier movies that people didn't like, that we like look back on and comparing to movies we get nowadays. These older movies aren't that bad, and this is one of them. It's just not. It's just that it didn't hold its place in the MCU like going like after it came out, with the whole like recasting and how they didn't reference any of these characters until like later down the line. Like we didn't see Betty until Phase 5, Abomination Phase 4, and the Leader, and we saw Ross a couple of times, but that was it. And he was barely even in any movies at all. So it's just like they tried to like push this movie under the rug, which I disagree with, because this movie is the only. This is like the best Hulk we've seen in the MCU, in my opinion. Like this is peak MCU Hulk at its peak for me. And those like how they like push this movie under some like the lowlights, because it could have been better. And Mark Ruffalo is like a better Bruce Banner to me than Edward Norton was. But other than that, I don't have too many gripes with this movie.
I mean, I think one of my lowlights is shared with Virtual Dave. Also, this Hulk was the wrong shade of green. I totally agree. I think, although I think what they were trying to go for this Hulk, and like the design wise, they were trying to go for a kind of realism / kind of like, I don't know, like he's very veiny, that's for sure, and very oily.
Because back then they didn't really start doing fantastical stuff until we got Thor. That was like the first like try with like fantastical and like mystical.
Yeah, I think one of the things you can tell from the earlier phases is that they were trying to be grounded even though it's comic book heroes, but the designs definitely lead towards more of a grounded take, and I think that's one of the things I'm like, as we look back, I'm like, oh, I wish they didn't go with a grounded take, but I get it. To get casual people to get into Marvel films, this was the way. So it's like, um, for me, highlight, I think having Lou Ferrigno come back to voice Hulk was insane. He's my favorite. Like, oh, I grew up with him as the Hulk in the animated series, and I was like, that was the best Hulk voice ever. Obviously, you've had like other voice actors in like games and that stuff who've done an amazing job. But I think it was like great to see Hulk in action, and there was some like moments of Bruce Banner being like, there's definitely moments where you were like, oh, like it's so tough being him because it's like he can't be angry, like he can't even get like. There's a scene where he's kissing Betty and he has to worry about his emotions. And it's like, damn, this guy's gonna be lonely. He can't even have like he can't be in love or have that that kind of like normalness thing that we all kind of like cherish or whatever. So it's like, damn. And like, especially if you think about the Hulk game, literally the beginning of that game is Bruce Banner trying to off himself in a way, and it was like, whoa, this is dark. Also, that game, that Hulk, his design is more mania than the film, and it's like, oof. Like another highlight is Hulk's transformation, because unfortunately we won't see that a lot in the MCU. He kind of just pretty much just skips the transformation. He's just like, hey, I'm here, I'm Hulk. But this was like, even though it's still clouded in shadow, one of the like lowlights is that some of the scenes of his transformation is covered in smog. I know it was trying to be creating like effect, but I think my ugly love for Hulk is like it's too strong because I show proper how you do a transformation. But and I think one of the other lowlights is, why was Ty Burrell Doc Samson, the boyfriend to Betty? Like, he's literally Doc Samson, and I'm just like, how is this guy Doc Samson? And he's never come back. Like you've all said, a lot of these characters don't come back until later, and it's like they don't even have that much of a kind of like Hulk presence. I think that's one of the things that will definitely be having a theme of. Hulk has barely a presence in the MCU. This one was the only time he had a full film to himself because of the whole Universal rights. Ugh, terrible, terrible. But anyway, also,
I remember something. They changed his origin in the movie to like being a super soldier serum. I forgot.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
That was. Yeah, I think they were trying to, because obviously I think there is definitely, you can tell from the MCU how it started off is that as we get on, they're going from the recent comics, but more of the Ultimate Comics version of the characters. So in that, Ultimate Bruce Banner is like, he creates the Hulk by like he's trying to recreate the super soldier serum, but he creates Hulk. And he's not even the only Hulk, but that's a different topic. That's you don't want to know other Hulk.
616.
Exactly, for 616. But one of the things is that, as I'm good at like with the visuals, we not got figures from this film at all, apart from the toy line that came out, and that's not even 6-inch. Like, kind of, but it's not like to scale. So we definitely need more. We definitely need more figures for this film, but then again, it's so past its time now that I don't think anyone wants, like, no one wants this design of Hulk or Abomination. Very sad. And of course, we did get the end credit scene with Iron Man showing up, or Tony Stark. So it's like, oh, so it's like slowly the films are connecting. But yeah, Andrew, I agree. Yeah, that's the Ultimate Comics thing. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's a good film. If you're like it as the MCU Hulk film, there you go. But let's get straight into ranking this. So obviously we still have Iron Man on the top. Where do we think this film shall go, Ashwan?
I'm trying to think like what else is on the list, and it's either for me it's an A or B situation. But I'm just trying to think like what else is on the list and like certain stuff. But the thing is, as much as some of these movies on this list like can be a bit iffy, I personally don't think any of them are in D.
Okay.
Um,
So far you're saying A or B. What about you, Zion? Where do you think this film belongs in?
I'll say B, like the straight, like in like the middle, because it's not the best, but it's also not like terrible.
I think I'm gonna go B as well. I think I think both of you here. It's like it's not like rubbish, but it definitely could be better. But I think B is for now. For now, we'll keep it there. It has its flaws, but it definitely it was a Hulk movie. It's a Hulk movie in the MCU, and it's the only one. Oh, the pain for Hulk fans. We scream, but no one will hear.
We got Hulk 2 in the skies.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew says it's a B or C. Yeah, it might move down, but for now it's there. But we move from the Hulk, the Incredible Hulk, and gee, I wonder what will happen when we'll see next the Mr. Blue in the film? Was it Mr. Blue? Yeah. Gee, I wonder when we'll see him next. Foreshadow. But anyway, let's get to the next film, which is Iron Man 2. So straight off, we got a sequel of Iron Man. So we got Iron Man 2. I'll just say it's definitely a fun film. There's some like for highlights for me, I think it's double the kind of like budget for the first film, and you can see more different ideas. We got Coulson, and I think the best Rhodes, which is Don Cheadle's version of the War Machine, and we actually got to see War Machine. I think this is one of his best looks in the MCU. Ooh. Even then, it's like that. Also, we got Black Widow, and boy, this Black Widow, amazing. I mean, it's. But I think one of my lowlights for this film is I want my bird. I want my bird. Who was a combination of different characters in terms of origin, because he's a bit of Crimson Dynamo, but he's got the name of like
his
the
son.
character. It's his character was so strange, and he felt like he felt like he was overshadowed by Justin Hammer. By the way, I don't know if anyone knows this, but Justin Hammer, aka the Weasel, that's who he is in the comics. So the Deadpool character Weasel, yeah, that's Justin Hammer. Mind blown. But different actors. This is Sam Rockwell, and the other one was only in 2 films. So yeah, I didn't know that until I played Marvel Ultimate Alliance. But there you go. One of the things about Iron Man 2 is that they only did a few figures in 6-inch. We haven't got any modern Marvel Legends of it. But they went down the scale to 1/18th, and we'll see a running theme that during this time they didn't really care about the 6-inch or 1/12 scale collectors, so it's sad. But low light, Whiplash, and I think also low light for me, which I think people will say what is the suitcase armor. I don't know. The armor feels a bit too thin. I get it, like it's supposed to be, but for me, I've seen the suitcase type of style of armoring from the animated series, and that was like just the basic outfit. I'm like, I love that. But here he was so thin, and it was like trying to be the Silver Centurion armor, which we never got. Well, kinda. Also, yeah, another low light. Elon Musk is Iron Man too. Yeah, and also we technically got we technically got Spider-Man here. That's a little Easter egg there. And you know, this film teased at the end Thor, but yeah. Also, another fun fact: this is still the only way to get Titanium Man in 6-inch from this wave. We haven't gotten him in Marvel Legends at all, which is crazy. Hashtag disrespect to the Iron Man villains. But that's my lowlights. Ashwan, what about you? What are your highlights and lowlights of Iron Man 2?
My highlights. I mean, off the bat, Black Widow. I think that's just don't have to say anything more. Of course, Iron Man and War Machine, like their dynamic throughout this film, like it's pretty like I love it because it's just like because Rhodes, because he's working with the government, he like has an obligation to Tony because they're friends, but he also has to, like, in certain instances throughout this and going forward, have to kind of go against him sometimes, just because he worked with the government a bit and he's trying to be his friend, but also like they have the whole like the court scene and he's like pulling up stuff and like they have to basically go against each other, and like I just love that whole like court scene as well because Justin Hammer's just sat there and then Tony just does the bibbity bobbity stuff and then pulls up the screen. It's just like I just like as Justin Hammer as a character as well. Like I'm pretty sure I was somewhat familiar with the actor before. Like I swear I saw him in something else before this, but majority, of course, I did see him in this playing Justin Hammer, and it's instantly a dislikable character. And I just feel like with him, like he done a great job in this. Of course, I'm 50-50 with Mickey Rourke as Whiplash. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Whiplash character as much as like you would be, and I found him like kind of funny, and I like the fight scenes that they had together, like especially the one in the when they're doing the F1. That one's pretty cool. Yeah. I like the fight scene at the end, like because he has his own kind of Iron Man armor. That's kind of cool. But I know one of the main reasons why we don't have Legends for this is because of his license rights. So that's kind of a big problem. But overall, I like this film. I don't like it as much as the first one, but yeah, I'd say the only like low light is somewhat Mickey Rourke. I think that he's kind of a bit iffy. It's also just the fact that like with this film, I get like Justin Hammer's and Whiplash's involvement together makes up like Whiplash as a whole. But it's another thing. It's a kind of thing where you're putting two villains in a movie, which you can work. Don't get me wrong, it can work, but it does honestly just seem like sometimes that Justin Hammer takes a bit of a spot, or like, and like majority of the film, like at least that I can remember, you don't see much of Whiplash. Like you see bits and bobs of him, but it's kind of just like F1 fight, sorting out the schematics for the armor, like doing this, that, and the other, and then it goes to the fight scene at the end, kind of thing. At least that's what it felt like to me. And so like, it's kind of crazy, but it's one of the good films though. Like within this phase one that does set up other stuff like Thor. You've got Black Widow in it. You got the Captain America shield, so that's already like in there. But overall, I think is pretty good.
What about you, Zion? What are your highlights and lowlights for the Iron Man 2 film?
I like this movie, and and I like the Extremis Iron Man suit is my favorite Iron Man suit, like in general, like in the comics. So like the scene, this is the start where we had that triangle arc reactor. it instantly draws me in. And Rhodey, Don Cheadle, him and Tony's dynamic, and especially in this movie, it felt so real, and that's what like it was kind of like different from the first movie, because the first movie they had chemistry, but wasn't like that like good, or that wasn't like that like believable. But this is the start where they actually feel like best friends and like partners. Um, Black Widow. What can we say about Miss Romanoff in this movie and her feature episodes? Like her in that warehouse taking out all those Justin Hammer agents, while Happy is just struggling to take down one, and you see Natasha over there just kicking ass. It's my Black Widow. I mean,
It is an iconic scene. Like,
yes,
later on, they tried to recreate that with Yelena. So it is definitely an iconic scene to recreate. So yeah,
and Justin Hammer. Well, Sam Rockwell played Justin Hammer amazingly in this movie. Like he's like a Tony Stark, but you can't take him seriously. Like you can take Tony seriously, but Justin is like the same big ego, millionaire, genius. But you can't take him seriously because of how much he's like failing and how much he like his goal is like just one up Tony, while Tony's just doing his thing. Justin, he has good technology, but he's not focusing on that, which is very like Justin Hammer coded. And some things that I didn't like is how they like try to set up like a lot of things for the future. Like Cap Shield, Thor's Hammer, and Nick Fury kept on talking about the Avengers initiative, and it's just like, can we let this movie be this movie and we deal with that later? Like it's okay to foreshadow, but if you keep like pushing it in, it's just like it's too much. Especially with all these different storylines. So like the Demon in the Bottle storyline, the Whiplash, Justin Hammer, just it's like I get that it's like a Spider-Man 3 situation where they forced in some of those plots. But I think Jon Favreau did like a good job of like trying to rope them all in. The film's not bad. And one change that I will make is that Whiplash, from I know, like seeing him like in the Iron Adventures, is a more of like a jobber character that like you hire, like a person like Taskmaster or something. He's not like suited to be like a main villain of like the movie, like he's branded to be. So I think the movie would have been better if Justin was the main villain, and he had his scheme, and he hired Whiplash to do like the stuff he can't do, like the muscle and like actually fight Iron Man. Because that's one thing about Justin that's different from all his other villains. Like Obadiah Stane, he has a suit. Anton Vanko, he has his suit, Crimson Dynamo.
Yeah.
And Justin, he's just a normal businessman. He doesn't really like get a suit. Why not? He was Titanium Man and Armored Adventures, but we don't talk about that. Normally, Justin's like a normal businessman, so he could have just like hired like other villains, like Whiplash in this movie. He should have been working for Justin Hammer as like a jobber muscle, instead of Whiplash having his own like agenda with this, trying to get revenge on his father. It was just they had better options.
Yeah, I think who would have been a better villain, like a proper like immense force, would have been Crimson Dynamo instead. Like I think
I get why they didn't do him, because like they didn't want to have like him fight another like big guy in a suit similar to Dynamo.
The thing is, there are multiple versions of Crimson Dynamo. Also, we could have got Titanium Man. He was technically in a tie-in movie game of Iron Man 1, where he was a villain, and he does have an action figure, which was like, wait, what? Definitely that first movie figure line was like, hey, yeah, we're gonna make different designs. Woo! There even was a Captain America based, like before Iron Patriot was a thing. There was an Iron Man armor where he had the Captain America shield, which was foreshadowing this film. Yeah, I do agree. Like I remember, what's his face, Hammer in the animated series, he was an old guy who just had a rival company and was like, we're trying to make tech for the army, which he does in this film. But like you said, he is very much a joke. Like, you can't take him seriously, where it should have been a character who had more discipline and everything and been like, with my tech, it'll be absolutely perfect. And like, you can still show the scenes of the tech like messing up, like especially that scene where you see the arms go and like pretty much kill the guy. It's like, what? But yeah, also, Andrew said, "Nah, that suitcase scene was crazy good. It's actually a crime they never used it again." See, I like the transformation. I just don't like the suit itself. Like, the look of it is very too skinny, and you can't tell it's an armor. And I think later on, when we get to the Iron Man armors, they kind of get thinner and thinner, and you're like, "Geez, the heck!" Like, I actually want to believe he's wearing like a suit of armor kind of thing.
Technology improves, especially in the MCU.
True. But like, this was a film where they started, like, I remember there's the behind the scenes shot of like he's no longer wearing a full suit of armor like Robert Downey Jr. and Don Cheadle. They're wearing like the helmet, and then they're wearing like a red top or a black top with like the reactor. It looks so silly. But obviously then they CGI it, and we got that. But I think one of the things was like, from that first film where everything was practical, unless it was like flying scenes and that stuff where CGI, which makes sense. But one of the things is like, I wish they kept with the practicalness. But yeah, so obviously we see this Captain America shield. Definitely looks different compared to where we see the Captain America shield again, because it doesn't have that indent that Captain America's shield has on the star. This is very just comic shield. So this is a plot hole. We don't know where that shield comes from. We don't know. Also, Phil Coulson here. Yeah, I wonder if his character will be a big character. Foreshadow. Anyway, let's get straight to ranking this film. So, right now, here's the list. Where do we think Iron Man 2 shall belong? So, what do you think?
It's tough because like this movie has like a lot of problems, but it's also like a fun movie to watch. It's not bad, but it could have been. But thinking about like the possibilities, it could have been so much better. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in between B and C tier.
Okay. What about you, Ashwan? Do you think it's either B or C? Because I think that's like where it could belong. I don't think D for these films yet.
I think B, but it's definitely higher than Incredible Hulk.
Oh. Okay. We can put it there. So you're saying Iron Man 2 is better than Incredible Hulk, but it's still B tier. Fair enough. So there we go. And now, from Iron Man 2, yeah, B. Andrew says B. Yeah, I agree. Who knows if it stays there? That's the thing. From Iron Man 2, which leads, like, it foreshadows Thor and Captain America, we get into the next film, which is Thor. Ironic. Whoa. Zion, we'll start from you. What is your highlight and what is your low light of this film?
I love this movie. This movie is Thor. Like, it reminds me so much of like EMH Thor, and that's like a very good thing, because this movie focus on like Thor's like side characters, his like Asgard lineage. Has this story where he's like arrogant, and then he gets humbled, learns the way of being like a true king and a true hero. Even if he's not there yet, he's still like learning. but he goes to that arc, and I'm and this is something that I miss from like new movies, like old movies. They would like have like the side characters from the comics and bring them in and make them feel relevant to the movie. Like Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, you feel their presence in this movie, and this is probably the movie that have the most. Well, for the Warriors 3, they have the most presence in this movie. We'll see Sif later down the line. In another movie where she has like more presence, but for this movie, I like how they bring in them three, and we get focused on some other villains like Laufey, him and the Frost, and all like warriors like the Frost Giants and Jotunheim, the Destroyer, and the start of one of the best MCU villains in Loki. He's not the best, but he's one of the best. And Jane Foster and her and Thor's whole like dynamic, I think was very good. Odin, I think it was very good. And this movie is also funny. Like even supposed to be like serious, it's not like too serious. It's also like a little funny, like when Thor's like a fish out of water story, and he goes to Earth not knowing things. Like when he's in that diner, he's drinking like a cup of coffee, and then he like throws it down. It's like another. I crack up that scene every time I watch it. Yeah, just Thor. This movie, I think, gets like not a lot of hate, but like some like it's like underrated because this is a good Thor movie, and they did Thor right in this movie. I think it's just overshadowed by like the next movie of it being like not a good movie, but I did disagree. And this, and also like, yeah, another. But this movie also contains the trend of like them not having secret identities, the whole like Donald Blake thing. But I same thing with Tony Stark out in his identity. For this movie, I get it because they wanted Thor on Asgard and not him like being stuck on Earth. So I get it how they did it skipped over the whole Donald Blake thing. So I wouldn't say that that's a low for the movie. The only thing that I would say like it's like a low is like kind of like the choreography fighting, like the fight choreography in this movie. I'll say it's like a low. Yeah, there's some good moments like when Thor's like fighting all the Frost Giants, but like his fight against like Loki, I think could have been better at the end. And also how they filmed this movie on like a tripod. I like his angle at like certain points. Like for some points it works, but for other points it's just like let me have it be straight and not have like an angle.
Yeah. Fair enough. What about you, Ashwan? What is your highlight and low light of Thor 1?
Like I've watched this film many a times just because like whilst on just random like I don't know, just random drives, my stepmom had it in her car, and so like for some reason that's had the DVD, and I just always watch it on the screen in the car, and like I can still watch it now, and like I just watched it so many times because it was like one of the only DVDs, and like I like this film a lot, just because I mean I like most of Phase 1 a lot, but just like the acting performances from Loki, Thor, Odin, like even the human characters like Darcy, Jane Foster, and the doctor guy, I can't remember his name.
Eric Selvig.
Eric Selvig.
Like them three, like their whole dynamic, of course, like Zion was mentioning when he's on Earth, and like it's just I like it. I very much enjoyed this film. Of course, we have the same thing with Iron Man, where we introduce another Avenger that maybe could have got their own solo film, but was put into this instead. But it works. Like I think it works a lot because it has the whole thing of Thor's lost like Thor's lost his power and he's trying to get back his hammer, and so it does make sense. Like it just I like whenever I watch this, I just find it funny. Like the wittiness of this film is good. Like the costumes as well look really nice. Like this is one thing that I'll say about Phase One as a whole. The costumes are beautiful. And and then low lights. I can't really. I'm not saying this film's perfect. Don't get me wrong. But I just can't really think of anything off the top of my head. There's another low light with this film that is the same with a fair amount of stuff in Phase One, but depending on certain stuff, it is their fault and kind of isn't. A lot of characters that appear in Phase One don't appear elsewhere anymore. They appear in Phase One, they're included into Phase One. Either one, they get killed off. Two, they appear in they show up in another property in Phase One, and then just for some reason just get dropped off, which I kind of get because you got to go elsewhere. But when it comes to most of the Asgardians, you don't really see much of them. You don't really see his little group.
Yeah.
Other than this film, of course, like Zman was mentioned, you see Lady Sif later on. But then other than that, you don't really see the other people. Like I said, and they get killed off, which is kind of annoying. But later down the line, but there's also the fact that a massive highlight is we get the Heimdall outfit. So that's a massive thing. Even that's I'm gonna say now that's basically the top one Marvel Legend I'd want from this film, personally, if they were to make it. But other than that, I can't really think of anything. I feel like the film was solid. So yeah.
Fair enough. And I know Andrew was kind of figuring out one of the characters, I think it's Faendrell or something like that, of the Warriors 3. Not in this film, but he is replaced by Zachary Levi in the next one. And one of the fun facts about what were you gonna say, Ashwan?
I was just gonna say that the guy, the fat guy next to Thor, that's the Punisher. That's the Punisher that we recently said about. Yeah,
Ray Stevenson. Yeah, crazy. I mean, usually I would think, when you look at Volstagg in the comics, he's like a huge, big boy.
He's like more of Norse Thor than actually Marvel Thor.
I think, yeah, exactly. He looks like Norse Thor. If you want to, be more modern, it's like God of War, Ragnarok Thor, kind of like that kind of look. But a lot of these, the Warriors 3, apart from Faendrell, you have, of course, we said Ray Stevenson, but you also have the guy who plays Raiden in Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, the newer one. I think his name is Hogan or something like that. In this.
We got Faendrell, Hogan, and Volstagg.
There you go.
Where's Baldur? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, exactly. One of the things that, so for me, this film is a great Thor film. It's probably the greatest out of them. I'm just maybe, I don't know. I enjoy it more. You got Odin, who's kind of sat on the throne and everything, and he's just you little shit, you go off. You're stupid. I think some of the especially the you said, the outfits, but everyone else looks amazing. They feel like Asgardians, and I mean, I wish it was a little bit more colorful. Not gonna lie, because if you look at Jack Kirby's art, it's very colorful. Asgard is very it's kind of it's a fantasy, bit Norse fantasy, drug trip in a sense. I think one of the things that you don't see, I think it goes with this whole grounded take. The characters have very diluted color tones, which is but I mean, for this one, it actually is good. I think Loki's the biggest highlight in this film. He's amazing. Tom Hiddleston, like absolutely smashes it. Like you can see how he's like developing into this character, and also loves to see the Frost Giants. One of the lower lights is kind of like how we don't get them again. They're kind of pretty much like a one and done. Like we've said it. I do another highlight. I would say is Destroyer. This is probably the most accurate, like comic accurate villain in the entire MCU history, because he just looks like Destroyer. He's not looking like panel line whatnot. Like it change it. Believe me, when we get to another Thor film, they'll change the character's looks, and you're like, oh boy, what the heck is this? But like Destroyer just looks insane. He looks like his comic counterpart, and it's like, hell yeah. I do want to say a low light for me is like how we were saying, introducing other characters to link up to another thing. We have Hawkeye show up, and I'm like, who's this guy? And then when he has the bow, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, it's Hawkeye. But you're like, initially, you're just like, it's just some agent dude. I'm like, hey, I like agents, but this is Hawkeye. He should have a mask. I think it's gonna be one of my running issues about Hawkeye. He should have had a flipping helmet. I mean, come on. He could easily be sniped. That's one of the things I feel like is like a biggest issue. He should have a helmet, or some kind of. I get it. It's the whole realism kind of thing. Also, we do get to see the Infinity Gauntlet. Now, we later on find out in another film about this gauntlet. We won't say anything about it now, but crazy to see it just straight away. And it's like, whoa, we're already setting up. And like, there's also other stuff in Odin's like hall that links to other things, especially in Thor Ragnarok. But yeah, and I think another low light for me is Thor's eyebrows in this film. Oh, I'm sorry. They did not know what to do with Thor's eyebrows. I know later on they eventually kind of figure out, yeah, it doesn't look great. Chris Hemsworth, you don't look great with these very weird eyebrows. And then like that's one of the things. And also I think, we've said it, the whole Donald Blake thing. I remember seeing I like this is gonna be a consistent thing of like he appeared in the Iron Man animated series, and there was he had the whole Shazam thing of like he would switch places with Donald Blake, where he would like he'd have a stick, like Donald Blake had a walking stick, and then he would just go, oh, and then he would turn into Thor, so he'd switch places. And I was like, I kind of wanted to see that, but then again, it's like, would you have Chris Hemsworth like play Donald Blake as a different guy, or would you have a different actor? That's the thing. But I guess like this film didn't want to have to deal with that scenario, although they could have been early with the whole Shazam thing. I'm just saying. But yeah, it's a good start for Thor. It's one of more of his Mr. like fantasy films. Like later on, it gets less, and then it becomes way too much. But for this was like a good kind of like midpoint of fantasy meets real world, and like a lot of the things with like Darcy, Eric Selvig, and Jane Foster's, like they were trying to do also a mix of science and mythology, like Norse mythology, which you're like, it kind of works, but it should just be, Norse. But I guess like the whole thing of like, how some characters don't believe in magic, so they go, oh, science. So it's like, it works. But we do have the end credit scene of Eric Selvig being possessed by Loki, even though we think he dies in this film. That's going to be a recurring thing about Loki. But yeah, it's weird because he falls off the Rainbow Bridge, and then it's like, oh, Loki died, and then like we see him possess Eric Selvig at the end, and it's like, oh, foreshadow. But also, Loki, why are you faking your death? But maybe, yeah, he's the god of mischief, so it kind of works. Also, blue Loki always confused me as a kid. I was just like, why is he blue? Why is he got a blue face with the red eye? Like, Yeah, obviously that's the whole thing, but I'm like, it's always freaked me out because I just was like, he's just Loki, and then he never has that blue face mode ever again. So, but
Oh,
anyway,
I have a little theory about that. You remember when one of the frost giants like touched his arm and started turning blue? I think
mhm.
that's when he's like inner frost giant like awoken, and then when he
Yeah,
turned, sometimes he didn't know how to control it. And then
right.
I think like in between movies, that's when he like learned how to control it. That's when he learned about his lineage.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, maybe that's how it would work. But it's also crazy that this movie only has one figure, and it's Odin, which is like cool. But the the toy line that came out in this film was again 1/18 scale, and they didn't even bother with the 6 inch. And since then, no figures of this. Also, I'm gonna say it, low light. Thor doesn't have a helmet. Boo, boo. It's like his ultimate Thor, where he doesn't have a helmet there. But anyway, let's rank this film. So far we got top Iron Man, and then we've got the two at the bead rates. Where do we think Thor shall go? Ashwan, what do you think?
It's a tough one because I like this film a lot, but I just don't know whether I like it more than Iron Man 2. I don't. It's difficult. I think it is definitely A or B. I think it's definitely between them two. But I'm gonna
Hmm.
I'm a bit undecided, so I'm gonna see what you two say beforehand and then see what happens.
Yeah, yeah. What do you think, Zion? Where do you think Thor should go?
I think mm, I think A tier.
A tier.
I do
Oh,
like this movie better than Iron Man 2 and Hulk.
ooh. I don't know. I think I'm also on the line of like maybe it belongs. I don't know because I think that there's definitely. I think for now I'm gonna put it.
Top of B.
Oh, I think top of B, and I think I'm gonna move Iron Man 2. I think it was still a good film, but yeah, I think I'm gonna move Iron Man 2 there for now. But we can definitely move it down or keep it there because it's tricky because Thor is a good introduction of a film to Thor, and like kind of gives you the basis of relationships. Loki's performance, I think, shines there. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when we later on get to another Thor. So from here we go on to Captain America: First Avenger. Oh boy. So Zion, what's your highlights and lowlights of Captain America: First Avenger?
Now, Captain America, the First Avenger. I have a little theme to that movie. Mm-hmm. The Star Spangled Man with a Plan. This is the start to what, in my opinion, it's gonna be a little controversial, but the best MCU trilogy. Because Captain America, growing up, Captain America he was my guy. I always liked him more than Iron Man because I always looked up to Cap more because of his thing about how like never giving up and then like always like working hard and then no matter like who you are and all that stuff. Like especially when he was like trying to go up in the military and he was like super like skinny like underweight. That's just that like sizzled me because of like something I am, and how he like got the serum. He was chosen for the serum because of his good heart, his good like intention, and the serum like enhanced that. And, like Cap is someone who like does stuff that he believes in. Like when he was ordered to like stay here like at the post and not go save all those soldiers, he
Hmm.
went he went anyway and tried to save like Bucky and other soldiers. He succeeded in that, And this movie, I think, just like shows like Cap and those like wartime era perfectly well. And and some other characters, other side characters like Peggy and Howard Stark, Bucky, and how they set up Bucky in the future, I think was done very good. I could do this all day. Yeah, that's something that is like peak Captain America and how they brought that back. It just shows who Captain America is in like a whole. When he's like setting up like these like villains and stuff that he believes in. Red Skull. Now this is something about that's also like about like MCU films on the whole, which I'll say they just like one and done. I know he appears in Infinity War, but Red Skull is like his arch nemesis. His, he, I, it's tough with like movies because like with movies, you have to like introduce like new villains, new characters, so you can't always reuse things. But that's what sucks about like bringing in such like iconic and well villains like Red Skull and like uh, they did Loki. Loki's the only one where they actually like did that. What kept bringing them back.
Yeah, because like it's tradition in comics where you bring villains back because it's always the case that the hero would never kill their villain unless they're Punisher or Deadpool. Wolverine, yeah.
And Red Skull is like such an iconic and mainstream villain. It's just like I wish they would have found a way to bring him back. Yeah, Arnim Zola, I think, is done good in this movie, and this is the first real appearance of an Infinity Stone in the Infinity Saga. He appeared in the first person of Thor, but this is its true and the Infinity Stone's true first appearance in the main movie. And something that I've seen like people say that's a low light is like the fight choreography, but I can get that to pass because it's like it's like 1943 or something. Like it's just because like they see like Winter Soldier in like Civil War and they see First Avenger and they think, oh, the fight choreography is not good, but we need to get that to pass. It was like 1943. And he just got his soda ship, so he's not going to be fighting Red Skull how he was like fighting Bucky. So I think we should, as fans, I think those fans should like lay that to rest.
Yeah, I mean that's a completely different like scale because like that in that film, which we'll get to, that's like a super soldier versus a super soldier. Whereas this case of like a super soldier fighting actual villains of the time, although you know they've changed it to Hydra rather than what they initially are, but it's like you know, they're just normal people with weapons and that stuff, whereas Winter Soldier, he's like going band for band, kind of like with someone. Yeah, exactly. So it's like that's a completely like in terms of fight choreography, there's a lot different that he has to do in that. But that's crazy. That would be a lot.
and then how like the ending, how he like sacrificed himself, and he wakes up 70 years later. That was done perfectly.
Andrew, ooh, he says this is S tier. Great cast. Ooh, let's see, Ashwan, what is your highlight and low light of Captain America: First Avenger?
Well, this is another one that whenever I watch it, it blows me away. Even though I have watched it numerous times, there's the same stuff. It's great. Like the fact that like this is Captain America, and like this is how I envision Captain America. Even like Howard Stark, like his little involvement in this is kind of cool. Like that actor done a good job. I thought you get Agent K. From Men in Black, the Tommy Lee Jones in this film as like the head guy in the army. Like that's pretty cool. Peggy Carter, of course. Red Skull, Arnim Zola, like all these characters. Like this whole film in general, it's one of the ones that is so good and such a good start to a character. And like, no wonder why Zion said that he thinks this is the best trilogy of all films, because like at least two of them, if you're not saying this is S tier, at least Civil War and Winter Soldier should be S tier for most people. I would have thought. And so like, if it isn't S tier, then I think it's at least A, because this film is just great, and it just shows off like the good like World War II stuff. Of course, like Zion was mentioning, of course. Like, he's a skinny guy, he has the heart and he has the passion more so than he does actually have the skill. And so that's why he gets picked, and that's why he goes through this experiment. And I like the thing as well with, it's the same with Iron Man in the first film, is that Captain America and Iron Man both have this like guy that they kind of look up to or kind of like there's like this, like both of them have like a doctor kind of guy. Like, of course, you have the guy who helps him build his armor and like basically survive, help survive in Iron Man. Then you have the Doctor in this, and it's just like a nice. Of course, they both end up like passing away, dying, kind of thing. But like, just their dynamics in this. Of course, Red Skull. Like, you have another highlight you could maybe say is they recreate the famous cover, the first issue cover, and of course, who doesn't love a certain someone getting punched in the face? And like, also one thing was kind of cool about this film, even though of course they tried to keep it more like grounded, so his suit changes a lot throughout the film, but you get his classic look at least once. Which is kind of cool, because I know that they don't tend to do it. Of course, it's just normally like MCU aside straight away. But someone get his classic look for a little bit, even though it's in some little parade thing. But like, overall, this film is great. I love it. I love that it had like how it sets up in like straight into Avengers. It suits like the tone really well. Like, it does what you expect the film to do, where like they have to jump 70 years. Like, it does it really well. Like, because I know that I've heard someone like pitch about a Wolverine like series, and they were doing like a season per decade to try and like to catch up, and I think that would be done really well, because I know they can do the time stuff well within this, and so I'd be excited for that. But overall, I love this film. Like, I'd say lowlights, I can't really think of any off the top of my head. Like, you could, it's also just, it's the same low light, and I'm gonna probably say it with most films in the series. You don't get the characters again.
Yeah.
But it's like it's a thing that at least I don't know, because I didn't watch them whilst they were coming out, because of course how young I was. But like, I don't know if people were watching this being like, well, that person's just gone now. That, like, because of course you wouldn't know. But of course you don't really get most of these characters like again. But it makes sense, because Cap's travelled 70 years, so it kind of makes sense. But that's the main low lot I can think of. But other than that, I love this film.
Yeah. So for me, this is probably one of my favorite films of the earlier phases, because like, it's a great the way they recreate that time period. It's so like obviously we're Gen Z, so we didn't live in that timeline, but like
I don't even think
like,
the crew lived through that timeline.
Exactly. So, it's more so just the way they did it. Like, it felt like it was that era. Everyone dressing like, no, there wasn't like odd, like, weirdness of like, oh, that's a time anachronism or whatever. But one of the things is that Captain America stayed true to his character. He wasn't his ultimate version, which is a complete asshole. No one likes that one. But which it's like that one, that's definitely an odd one. But Chris Evans, like, from being Human Torch and showing how, yes, the figure is great, and what that figure is great, and I have him in my Marvel Ultimate Alliance display because that's the outfit he wore. But
I need the Game Verse one.
I, for me, it's like Chris Evans just like it shows how he can be just a true hero, and like even when he's a skinny kid and he's getting bullied, he uses a trash can as a like shield. Highlight that was like so cool. Like he's standing up for himself, even though he's the tiny guy. Like it's so crazy. Um, Another highlight: Red Skull, played by Hugo Weaving, aka Mr. Anderson. Well, I mean Mr. Smith, but I mean, hey, he plays a great agent, and then he's playing the ultimate like dictator of Red Skull, and like the craziness of like the first scene, which connects to Thor, as they talk about the location of like the Tesseract and that stuff, and because they're talking about like earlier places and that stuff, and it's in Norway, and then they reference it back here, and it's like, whoa, what a connection! Because in this film, instead of like making it that Hydra is just, like the usual case of Hydra in that time and whatnot, and their kind of goals and that stuff, instead, this film connects it to the outer universe, like how they want to power weapons. So, like, they're still kind of doing their villainous things, but he's going into more of like science and like mixing and matching mythology. So he's like looking at Yggdrasil and like the Tesseract, and it's like, what? Like, he's embracing that kind of like chaos. And also, when he takes off his face, boom, highlight that crazy. Like, although I would have loved if his like eyes were a bit more sunken in, just so like he'd look like grotesque. Although they still have to make him look like Hugo Weaving, like the singlet, not like a proper skull kind of like head, but he's never had that like full skull head. But yeah, and also one of the things is like they showcase things that would be of the time, like the whole Stark Expo, which was referenced back in Iron Man 2, but like here's like the first one where they've got like flying cars, and one of the biggest plot like holes in the MCU or missing characters is right there. Android Human Torch. Where's he been? Where is he? Why has he not come back? Like they could have full on like one of the things I think before like I'll get to that, but like seeing him there was like crazy, and then Adam Zola being this kind of like villain, and then you see him kind of like he's doing the science stuff, crazy. As for Legends, we do have like technically two figures, or I mean 3 figures, a 2-pack with Chris Evans in his like he's wearing the classic, like he's wearing the propaganda attire, so like the classic, but he's got the fatigues on and everything. Great figure, by the way. I don't know, and he obviously comes with Agent Carter, who, by the way, Haley Atwell, great actress, and like she was great in this. And I haven't seen any of the Agent Carter show, but I kind of want to watch it because it's definitely like stuff that you could also see. Human Jarvis, which was completely omitted in Iron Man. We went for straight AI, but it's fine. Yeah, exactly. Andrew knows. I don't like Captain Carter, but that's a different topic. But Howard Stark, also, Howard Stark was amazing in this, and I was like, whoa, like he could have absolutely played Iron Man if they needed to. Like he could have played Iron Man if the roles had changed. I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah. And like I don't know if now would work. I think he might be too old, because obviously we know potentially new universe, whatever rewrites and that stuff. One of the lowlights I would say is the fact that we don't get much of the wider universe of the hero, like that age of heroes, because like in World War II, when they were doing the like both in the comics and real life, they introduced a lot of characters like Android Human Torch, who was one of Marvel's first characters, like superheroes, and obviously Namor. And Captain America fought with them as like the invaders, and then there was like the like other hero groups that existed in World War II. The fact that there was the omission of uh, Wolverine. Obviously, that was because of studio stuff. So like I get that one. But then the shield of Captain America, which, you know, at first starts off as a paperweight, but then we get the iconic shield, which they changed to vibranium instead of what it is in the comics, where it's like proto adamantium. So it's like it's not adamantium, but it's somewhat. But the fact that we don't even see a Black Panther here, like I was like, like I think this film, because obviously they had to do a lot of like montages and that stuff to like kind of like see what blah blah. And we see the Howling Commandos also, but we don't see Nick Fury, which, you know, you could have done, but I know like they were going for more of like there's only one Nick Fury and that's Samuel Jackson's. And I was like, you could have done the whole father and son kind of thing situation where it is in the comics, but you know, and I think the same pattern, the villain pretty much dying at the end kind of sucked. And also not seeing a lot of other iconic Hydra villains in this movie where it's set at that time. So you could have gotten away with like the first version of Baron Zemo or Baron von Strucker or like a lot of characters of Hydra that we could have seen like Captain America beating. Like, you know how like we're technically getting in another film where there's like a montage of him fighting his iconic villains. That would have been sick.
Well,
and I think
they were gonna have Baron Zemo in the movie as like a third villain, but then they thought it was like too much, so they deleted him off and saved him for like a future where he can get his own spotlight.
Yeah, which was like you know, and I think one of the like I wish they put it in this and rather than a tie-in video game is that in that tie-in video game he fights Madam Hydra, he fights Baron von Strucker, and they're like they're, you know, typical villain stuff. You're like, I wish this was in the film.
Yeah. It's just
also,
they didn't want to like waste like such big villains to have them like as like cameos.
I mean, technically, they do waste Baron von Strucker, and later on we'll get into him.
Well, that was for they didn't want to waste Zemo and Madam because they're like leaders, so they didn't want to like waste them just like montages. But Strucker, that's a different story.
Yeah, it's so crazy that we didn't get Madam Hydra, but we did get her in Wolverine. What? Because if you remember, Wolverine has Madam Hydra, but she's not even related to this. Yeah, and also I think another low light for me was Android Human Torch not being there, like as an actual. But that's the thing. I think I'm just being a very like I'm kind of delaying the inevitable because honestly, I think we know where this film is going. Because apart from those nitpicks that I had, this film, I think Andrew kind of said it at the beginning. This film is S tier. Honestly, I think. What do you guys think? Do you think it's S tier? And would you say it's better than Iron Man 1? That's the tricky question.
The great debate. Now, with me, I have my Cap biases. So, like, I always say that, like, Cap has the better movies.
I'm thinking that. What about you, Ashwan?
It's the only one that's like a debate because, like, 2 or 3, you can tell which is the best movie, but 1 is like,
I definitely think it's S tier, but Iron Man's in my top 3 of all MCU movies, and so I'm gonna put Iron Man over it.
Okay.
I don't care like whether it was
like
personally I think Iron Man's better, but I think they both should be an S tier no matter what. So no matter how you put them, they're still an S tier kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think like right now it's perfectly in a perfect place because it could be that like they're both on the same level of S tier, like they're just top. So there's no need to like there's no kind of like competition. They're already the best. Yeah, I think that there we go. So we kind of alluded to the next film because we do get the whole scene of Captain America in the present. He's just like, what the hell? And he's just running like barefoot. My gosh. Also, Chris Evans running barefoot in those scenes, both in the past and in the present, where he's just like, yeah. When he first gets out, it's like crazy. Like, man can run. And I think that's one of the things that we'll see later on. He just runs and he's just like at full speed, baby. uh, but we did tease well, actually, the fun fact about Captain America First Avenger is that in some end credit scenes, they just full on put the trailer of Avengers, and it's like, what? But yes, oh boy. So, okay, Ashwan, you go. What is your highlight and low light of Avengers?
Well, it's a common thing, but highlight is the whole thing. Because unlike you, Z-Man, I love this film, and so like this is one of the main things. Of course, it's the first like team up of superheroes. Like it's the first kind of thing to kind of do it, even though like you have the X-Men films beforehand, but like they're their own kind of like actual proper. These are like people that are kind of I don't know, but basically it's the team up of this MCU. You kind of know what I mean, but the like MCU team up. We've been waiting a couple of years for all these movies to happen, and we now get this. Of course, they recast Mark Ruffalo as Hulk. You get like the involvement of Shield. You get Loki with the Chitauri. You get like Thanos. You get this, that, and the other, and like it's just this film was overall just I love this film just because it's just great. Like the fight scenes, I love. Like I like just the facts as well that because it's their first like interaction with each other. Like Cap and Iron Man don't like each other at the start. Like they get a lot of like they don't like each other because they talk about um they talk about his dad and they like have a little chat about his dad. Like Thor and Hulk have a fight scene because Hulk goes crazy. Like because it's their first like team up and they're all like because all of them are well, like a fair bit of them are like cocky and this that and the other. Just like their dynamic together within this film is just kind of great because they're just like learning to work as a team for the first time because they're all just normally do their own stuff. And just like the villain of it being the Chitauri and like Loki, the main villain, and of course just the fact that it does span from this that we get the whole like Thanos like arc going forward, and it's just like the characters as well. Of course, this has Selvig in it because of course he's possessed, and that has him working with Loki. And you have all the Shield members. You have like Maria Hill. You have Coulson. You have Nick Fury. Of course, R.I.P. Coulson. But Coulson, of course, passes or gets unalived by Loki. So that's not good. But if you want to see more of him, watch Agents of Shield. But like, I love this film. Like lowlights wise, like I can't really think of anything. Of course, like lowlights, you could say that. I mean, it doesn't bother me as much as it does bother you, Z-Man. But Hawkeye not having a mask, maybe. But I don't really care. Like other than that, though, like I don't have any lowlights with it. Like the only thing that thinking about it now that you could think about, but of course, like I didn't know of it as much. But you don't have the involvement of the Ant-Man or Wasp. Of course, like I know that it's like we're going to talk about that when we get to Ant-Man. But like they're main core members of the Avengers. But as a kid, I didn't know that, and so it didn't bother me, and it still doesn't really bother me too much. But overall, I love this film. I don't really have too many lowlights with it, if not any, and I think it's great.
Well, Virtual Dave, he says Avengers changed the game for superhero movies till this day, so put respect on its name with S tier. Let's see.
We're looking at you, Z-Man. We're looking at you, Z-Man.
Zion, what's your highlights and lowlights for Avengers, the first Avengers?
The first Avengers movie is indeed my favorite MCU movie of all time. I think it's the best Avengers movie, the best MCU movie, and to me, it is my favorite superhero movie of all time. Like I've gotten into like debates about this, and I always rather ride or die with this first Avengers movie because I love the Avengers. The Avengers, that's my people, my group, my team. They did this movie so well with them meeting for the first time and them not getting along, like Cap and Tony not getting along, Thor and Hulk, I'm fighting. And I also like how they admit like the early comics, like Hawkeye being a villain, because originally Hawkeye was like a villain before he joined the team. And Loki, how could you not have Loki as the villain for the first Avenger? He's literally their arch enemy. So, and Loki was amazing in this movie. Nick Fury and Maria Hill, Phil Coulson played great as like SHIELD agents, a part of like SHIELD. RP Phil Coulson. He was an agent of SHIELD, which was first good season, but then it kind of fell off. And just the Battle in New York. What can we say about the where all 6 Avengers get to shine in their own glory? All of them are unique, having their own like different like powers and skill sets, and the first time where they truly like work together as a team. And they beat Loki. It's a bunch of iconic frames. Like this frame where they're all like staring down Loki after he's defeated. Iconic. When all of them first assemble for the first time. Iconic. This is like the only MCU movie where I have a poster up in my room. Like it's just and the only lowlights to this movie is that Hank and Janet are in this movie. It's just like, no. Because I grew up watching Earth Mightiest Heroes where they were core members and Black Widow wasn't. so it's just like them not being in this movie. And this is like the start of them being kind of phased out of being core members of Avengers. And it's just like, I wish they were in the movie.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, you both have great points. I'll start with the highlight. It's a great team movie because the dynamics of each character not fleshing well with each other. I think that's perfect because it's like they're all individuals. I think the only 2 that worked in a team was Hawkeye and Black Widow, and like you said, Hawkeye and Black Widow were both villains to begin with, and like it would have been cool if like Black Widow was a villain, and earlier on, and then switch to the good side. But I think that's not even I don't even think that's a bad take. But this like the level of scale in this film is amazing, and I think Loki outshines like. Because, you know, in the first ever Avengers comic, he is the villain of the story. And it's like, we had to do it for Avengers. And I was like, he absolutely does amazing. And I do wish his villains weren't the Chitauri, but obviously it's connected to who he's actually working for, which is, you know, revealed to be Thanos, which, by the way, different actor compared to who he will be played by. So I feel upset about the original actor not being the Thanos that we got, but to be fair, Josh Brolin is great as Thanos. Not in looks, that we'll get into that later, but and again, I think, you know, Mark Ruffalo does an amazing job as Hulk. Like he does it better, kind of, to Edward Norton's one. I feel like he plays with it more. Whereas Edward Norton was pretty much like a strict kind of like, I'm going for this, and this. But what you've all come for is, from other streams, everyone has said that why does Zman not like Avengers? Like, it's a great film. I definitely enjoy it more now that I've seen it a bit more than I did before. But one of the things that stands out to me as like one of the lowlights, I think, is that person I've seen a better Avengers film before this film that did the exact same thing, but did it slightly better. And that's actually, it's a film that came out before this, and pretty much the designs are very heavily based. The story is heavily like almost like, hey, copy my homework. There's like, yeah, sure thing. And then this is like, it's Ultimate Avengers, the movie, both 1 and 2. I think more so 2, because 2 actually basically do the same thing. The Shatari invasion and everything, and the whole team having to work together. Plus that those 2 films had Hank and Janet, so there's a plus in there. Also, we did get Black Panther in that film before, so it's like I remember seeing this at first, and I was just like, I saw this better in animation, and I feel like that's why I had such a disagreement with this film. Also, what a downgrade in Captain America's outfit! Oh my gosh, he had the greatest suit in First Avenger, and then he gets this like really, like eventually they make fun of it in Endgame, but it's like his suit just looks really rubbish, and I'm like, ugh, like it's trying to be Ultimate Avengers, but then it's like it's too skin tight, and then it's like it's the worst Captain America costume he ever has. And that's saying that something, because eventually he gets that nomad look, and it seems like a suit's kind of like anyway, and like, yeah, I think that's one of my biggest like gripes with the film. But to be fair, as a film, I've kind of grown more into liking it, and I still believe, like, I still think, like everyone says, it has such a big impact because it was the first like superhero film to do a team film, because we didn't get Justice League yet, and even then that was rubbish. That was rubbish. That was rubbish. But this one laid the kind of like the plan of like, this is how you're supposed to do a team film, and I think it still does. It's still great. And I've learned to like it more. So don't worry, I don't hate it. I'm not going to say it D tier, because like I think okay, one thing, Hawkeye's whole, when they try and get him out of the delusion thing, that was rubbish. Oh, when it's like drug trippy and everything, I was like, oh, what is this? Anyway, yeah, I do agree. Yeah, Avengers did so well. It gave us the Netflix Daredevil. See, there's the impact of this film, which kind of outweighs.
Gave us Daredevil, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. So Andrew says those Ultimate Avengers movies aren't good, bro. Oh, sorry. Apart from the big fight scenes, but correct Captain America suit is terrible, but it was designed by Agent Coulson, who was meant to be a super fan. First off, if he was supposed to be a super fan, he would have just got the outfit from his he would have just stitched up the outfit he was frozen in. But I know they have to sell toys, so they had to give him a new costume, and I'm like,
wouldn't that be the evidence locker or something? The suit he had on.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, he could have just.
Maybe they couldn't use that though, because it was like evidence or like S.H.I.E.L.D. Some
True,
because S.H.I.E.L.D. was invaded by Hydra at this point in the in the story. So I can kind of like get behind it, because the cards Coulson had was like the more like gimmicky parade
Yeah.
suit. So
But still, this Avengers like Captain America suit sucks. I don't think anyone will say
it's not good, but I can get behind like Mark Coulson.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, I think there are some iffy bits of the Ultimate Avengers movie. It's not like the comic where it's like, Captain America sucks. But it's like, I don't know. Anyway, let's get straight to ranking this because, I think I know two of the votes are gonna go for the big S tier,
Yes.
but I don't know. Well, so, what do you
Top
two
S.
think? Is top S tier?
My bias is top S tier.
What about you, Ashwan? Are you thinking top of S tier, like better than Iron Man and Captain?
I mean, I have because Iron Man's in my top 3 MCU because it started off and I love it a lot, but I wouldn't mind if this goes above it, even though it's not in my top 3. I wouldn't mind if it went above it, but I definitely think it deserves to be an S tier. So if you put it in A tier, then I don't know what you're doing.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in S tier, but I'm putting it here. It's still S tier, but for now, I'm just gonna. No, I don't think it's better than. Okay, fine. I'll put it there. For now. Mark my words, it's gonna change. Because I don't agree that it goes above Iron Man. No, certainly not Captain America, because Captain America is a great film. Anyway, so from there, from Avengers, which teased Thanos looking very purple, which you'll probably miss because eventually he becomes very like Patrick Star, pale. But obviously, this was a different actor. I don't know if you guys seen from CW the guy Goldface or Gold Chain. It was that actor who played OG Thanos. So it was like insane, that he did. Eventually he wasn't our Thanos. But hey, so we move from Avengers to Iron Man 3. Oh boy. Zion, you go first. Well, actually, Zion, you go first. What is your highlight and low light of Iron Man 3?
Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3 have had a lot of problems, but they're not bad movies. Iron Man 3 isn't a terrible movie, but it is my least favorite Iron Man movie. Because I like how Tony gets attacked and then his suit doesn't work and he has to like figure out stuff without like his like high-tech suits, especially with the kid. Isn't his name like Harley or something? Yeah, because when I'm saying his name, I always say Hartley, like the Pied Piper from The Flash, and not Harley. But I like his dynamic with the kid and how he helps him like trying to like repair a suit, and basically like like takes down like his power some, because Iron Man, he has like a ton of suits, like 50 or something suits. So like, and the movie would have been over in like 10 minutes or something. So I like how they kind of pound him down and they focus on his like trauma, like his PTSD from the battle of New York. I thought that was helped very well, because we don't really get that with like a lot of like superheroes. Like we get that with like Jessica Jones and Punisher.
The more grounded heroes you get it, but
not for like these like big like heroes like Iron Man or like one of the Guardians or something. Well, Rocket, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
we won't get PTSD from like the big superheroes. And I like how it was handled in this movie. Rhodey as Iron Patriot, as a big comic fan, I was like, this shouldn't be it because Norman Osborn is Iron Patriot. Not really. We should have saved that for something else. But I get they couldn't use Norman because of rights. And time for the big smoking gun of the lows for this movie. the Mandarins. I said this a bunch on like this stream and the Legend Liquor. I'm a big villains guy. I love me some villains, especially arch enemies. Especially after seeing like how good they did the Mandarin in both the '90s Iron Man series and Iron Man Orbit Adventures. It's just like they had some that the man. How'd you mess it up this bad? Like you had to set up from Iron Man with the 10 rings and it being the whole like terrorist group, and then being behind his capture, working with Obadiah Stane, and the trailers for this movie make the Mandarins seem like a good threat. He was like, oh shit, it's gonna be the Mandarin. He's coming. It's gonna be so serious. All the fun and his design looks good as like a live action Mandarin. Then it's just actor. It's just actor. And the real Mandarin is Aldrich Killian. It's just like why they gotta do this stuff? Why they do this stuff? Yeah, they could have just. Like, and for the half of the movie, for like his presence, Mandarin felt like he was like a good presence. When he bombed Tony's house, Tony was like doxed himself, saying like, "Mandarin, come and find me."
Yeah,
and they should have just kept with that, and stay with like the Mandarin being a threat. Like they could even have the same actors. They could have just. It wouldn't even be a problem if they just kept back Trevor Slattery as like the Mandarin and still had him be like that strong terrorist. Like it's supposed to be like an Asian guy, and it should have been the Asian guy. And they could have just had like an Asian guy as the Mandarin. Same thing that they did for like half the movie with this Mandarin. And they could have had Aldrich Killian be like someone who just like works for him, like how like they should have Whiplash work for Justin Hammer instead of Aldrich being like the main villain. Or if they didn't want to use Aldrich, they could have used like another villain. Like since we're going like more like terrorist and more fantastical, they could have had like Living Laser or like Blizzard as like, or even Ghost, because Ghost is like
he's a
mercenary. So they could have and. Just talking like PTSD, and then like Iron Man's not like found. They could have had like Ghost like searching for him, being on his tail, and like appearing, giving like that more like a horror thing for Tony's trauma.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, they had such a missed opportunity, and like towards like the final battle when Iron Man's fighting the Mandarin. They could have had like a reveal where it was like, I was behind your capture. I worked with Obadiah Stane.
Yeah,
they could that would have been such like a big payoff and like a big cool reveal for this movie.
Yeah,
when they just threw it away.
Yeah, exactly. Wanted to shout out David Ristori. We haven't seen him in a while, but glad he's here. Stopping by to say fun topic as always. Keep the content going. Oh, I'm a huge fan of Iron Man 2, despite Whiplash's cut scenes. Ooh.
He had cut scenes.
Still fun viewing it. So, yeah. Also, Andrew, the whole Mandarin thing might be the worst fake out ever. However, the one shot, All Hail the King, kind of fixes that issue, but it took 15 years to pay off with Shang-Chi. Ooh, when we get there. Also, like on annual leave. Thanks, man. No worries, David.
It's like if Spider-Man never went against it's like if Spider-Man never went up against the Green Goblin, or Daredevil never went up against Kingpin. This is how it is for Iron Man.
Yeah,
He never truly met his match, his arch nemesis, his
or
equal.
the fact that Captain America never continued to fight Red Skull or Hydra. Ah.
You can see how much passion I have for this movie, but how
no, I get that.
they botched it.
I get it. I totally get it.
And lastly, this also
Ashwan,
starts like the. Well, I'll say this very quickly because lastly, this is the start of like the Mandarin not being like very prevalent in Iron Man's like
yeah,
movie. Like the last time he was truly a villain is Armored Adventures
that's true.
because
Like,
he wasn't in EMH.
yeah, because like in the comics, like he kind of faded away as well because of like, I think we did get in Marvel Legends of Mandarin, but he was in a suit. Like it's the worst release of Mandarin. But even this movie figure is like, oh, kinda. But then it's like the comic one. We've not got the animated series look, which is, by the way, by far his best look. But also we haven't got him in his like classic, not first appearance where it's very controversial kind of thing. Although like the helmet kind of can work, but not the facial stuff. But more so his robe, like more majestic sort of kind of look. We haven't got that. I feel like Mandarin became a villain, like as in like his appearances became less, and now he's kind of like written out. Also, I think there was obviously there's reasons, and like we totally get those reasons, but man, this film did not help like Mandarin as a villain. Like they could have.
Please, EA, please release have Mandarin as be the main villain of that Iron Man game. Please.
I hope so. I hope so. And please do the rings properly. We'll eventually get to Shang-Chi, but boy, Mandarin, take this L from an actual ring. Take this L. Ashwan, what do you think are your highlights and lowlights for Iron Man 3?
Unlike the other films, this has a fair bit of lowlights, but there is like highlights from it. Like I mean, most MCU films I try and find good within them, even if they are shit or bad or whatever. Like I do somewhat enjoy most of them just because I get to see superheroes doing cool shit. So at the end of the day, it does the job. But like, it's just the main thing with most of these movies, and the main thing with me growing up is because I didn't like. I've only started recently reading comics and really getting into that whole world, and so I wasn't too familiar with these characters. So I didn't know that. I mean, I somewhat knew that Mandarin was Asian because I think around the same time this came out, the Lego game came out, and the Lego game has an accurate Mandarin in it. And so, but that has Aldrich Killian in it as well because that's basically based off. Well, the game's kind of these movies, but also a bit like here and there. And so I did somewhat know it, but I mean, I personally like Trevor Slattery. Like, I like him as the Mandarin. I just like, yeah, him as the Mandarin as a whole is kind of a bit iffy because realistically, he should be Asian. Realistically, he should have this thing. But I know that the whole stereotype and the whole like thing behind it like was something that at the time that Marvel didn't really know whether they wanted to do it or not because of how the media would have been or how like certain stuff would have been, which I do get it, but it's how the character is. It's like they added a fake Hitler into Captain America. Like I know it's, but like I don't know, but I love Trevor Slattery. Like I just like the whole thing of like he's just an actor at the end of the day, but he makes it seem like he is this big threat and like he plays the role so well. Not just throughout the whole film, or at least most of it, you're just thinking like he is the Mandarin kind of thing, and he does like suit it somewhat to a point. But of course, it is kind of a shame that you have this whole like Aldrich Killian thing where like he was like this guy that like he's like a smart guy as well and has a bit of money, and like he saw Tony at this party, and of course Tony basically left him, and so then his whole revenge thing is like "Oh, Tony, you treated me wrong. I'm gonna get you now," kind of thing. And so,
Yeah.
like, which I get it. But yeah, it's not, of course, it's not one of the best films, but like, and also it's not really a good way to start off Phase 2, which is kind of annoying. But like, it makes sense because Iron Man's your main traction at the moment. Give him another
Yeah.
film, kind of thing. Even though they could have went it in different ways, they could have added different characters. They could have done this, that, and the other. I mean, at the end of the day, we got this. It's meh, but
Yeah.
you get to see cool stuff. Like I like Rhodey's thing. Of course, him as Iron Patriot. Of course, you have the whole Norman thing, which I mean, whether they actually do that later down the line is a thing now because they've just done it. They've done it in this. I don't know whether they will. So I don't even know if Norman's going to be a thing later down the line. But you have that. Of course, the Ten Rings. Of course, like Andrew was saying about the Shang-Chi thing and all that being a bit later. But like, I this film is alright. I can't really. I'm trying to name positives of it. It's like I'm not trying to be like I do like the film. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine. But it's just I'm trying to like find stuff and remember stuff, and it's just like it's just kind of hard to sometimes because there's a lot of stuff with this film that's just a bit.
Don't forget Happy's great mullet.
To be fair, he's rocking out with style. He is.
Yeah.
He is like how they're going about them party scenes. He looks like he gets some ladies with that. But like I don't know. Like this, it's clearly the worst out of the trilogy. But like a lot of trilogies have the same thing. Like a lot of trilogies, you'll go and like watch or just go and like check out, and no matter what it be, normally, funnily enough, the third one's the worst one.
Usually, yeah.
Like, and so, I mean, luckily with Captain America that wasn't the case, but like with this though, and like of course it falls in that category. Like it's the main problem with a lot of stuff in the MCU is because there's certain characters who aren't introduced or made canon to the MCU, you then can't use them in certain films where they would fit in perfectly.
Yeah.
And like, because he's got a massive arsenal of arch nemesis and just enemies that he could have put in. Like at the moment, I recently caught up with the most recent Iron Man comic book, and that's more so centered around like AIM and Madame Mask and all these people like Tinkerer and people like that, and like and it's just like I wouldn't mind AIM within this. Like you could, if you had AIM within this, even though I don't know how it would have worked, but you could have actually had a good MODOK.
Well, so you say AIM, they could have AIM. Technically, AIM is Aldrich Killian is the founder of AIM, but all it's like kind of it goes to is just because one of the things of this film is trying to do the Extremis storyline where you have this whole thing of like both Aldrich Killian in the past where he's building this tech to like heal people, but then he also like he works with one of Tony's ex, because one of the things in the MCU that they changed with Tony is that he's not much of a. I mean, he pretty much is only stuck towards Pepper, and I know like that is a thing, like a current thing of like it's become a thing where he's only on eyes for Pepper, like Pepper Potts. But it was like kind of good to see that here's an ex that he was with, and then blah blah blah. And the fact that she helps Aldrich Killian create the Extremis sort of thing. And
could have been Madame Mask.
It should have been Madame Mask.
Madame Mask as his ex, because that's the thing in the comics.
exactly. And like, she was in animated. I highly recommend everyone watching Iron Man animated series. It has great villains. It's got
And
great
Armored
stuff.
Adventures. Those
Urban
two.
Adventures as well. Like,
Those two. 90s and Armored. Those like the
yeah.
two animated Tony Starks.
Oh, perfect. The voice acting for Tony, because it's before every Tony now sounds like RDJ, and I'm like, oh, I'm sick of it. That's one of my hot takes. I don't like RDJ voice alikes. It's either you have him or you're a different person. Like, do something different with Tony. That's for modern voice actors. If you're voicing Tony Stark, don't try and do RDJ. It sounds rubbish. For me, it's like, yeah, Damien, straight up, like how we've been saying, if they do give us Iron Man 4, hope we get Whirlwind or Titanium Man as the baddies. So, and
Yeah.
like Andrew, my headcanon is that this movie is so strange, it makes no sense because Tony is telling the story to Bruce at the end. Yes, that is one of the biggest, like, that's the end credit scene, is that he's talking to Bruce in therapy. Because obviously one of the things that they kind of, there's a way too much in this film. There's the Mandarin being, a threat who threatens Tony and that stuff, who, obviously is associated with the people who kidnapped him. So it's like, also Tony's heart issue, where again it's like the second film he had the whole heart issue again, but this film is doing the extremist storyline where it's like, oh, I need to get removed kind of thing. And then there's the whole story of him kind of losing a suit, so he has to be bare bones and try and, like, it's kind of like mad without the suit kind of storyline. Like, it doesn't make, like, what are you without the suit kind of situation. We get that, but then you get all these exploding soldiers, and I'm just like, you could have proper aim. That would have been fun, instead of just going like, I'm extremist, I'm really hot, I'm burning.
I am the Mandarin.
Yeah, and then you got Aldrich Killian, who it's Aldrich Killian as a villain it's a dangerous pattern that follows after this film. Oh, I'm mad at this person, but I'm gonna take it out on you. So foreshadow Spider-Man. Because really, it's like, obviously you have to have a villain that has a stake to the hero. But then the fact that they keep on repeating that, anyway, that's other things. And then I know you guys were saying you couldn't find like really a highlight. I think one of the highlights, which then turned into a low light, was the fact that we got so many Iron Man suits, but unfortunately they all blow up as this whole thing that Tony has to do for Pepper, of like, oh, I don't want to be a man obsessed with my suits, so I'll blow them up. You happy? Can we be together? And it's like, no, Iron Man wouldn't do that. Like, and plus, we don't get a lot of we get these great scenes of the suits, because obviously he introduces the whole thing of like his suits acting like on their own, like sort of like controlled AI kind of thing. I wish the story was just the fact that his suits got taken control of from something else. That would have been sick. Or like the man
the 10 rings
of the suits, and it's like Iron Man has to work on like a more, less AI tech based suit, and that would have been sick. See, we can make a better Iron Man 3 film than they actually. And also Mandarin. So look, I love the actor, but yeah, I just it just like, especially like we've said, animated series and Armored Adventures showed that you can do a Mandarin that's imposing, but it doesn't have this, because obviously,
stereotype.
Yeah, there's the whole, what it was originated, but then you can become modern, and I feel like it's so unfortunate that by the time we got quote unquote real Mandarin, there was no Iron Man to fight, and it's like, oh, what the hell? Also, can we get some kind of closure to this Harley character? Because we'll talk about it when we get to Endgame. But I feel like he was just introduced to be like a foreshadow, but nothing happened. But anyway, we do out of the Iron Man movies, this has more figures like Marvel Legends, which is crazy. Like you have the early, you have the it's a waste of money, exactly. I mean, two of these suits don't even actually appear in the film, so shots fired. Like it would have been cool if it was the Heartbreaker suit. That's one of the suits that appears in the Lego game. Also, this is like the first of two figures of Pepper Potts in Marvel Legends. Crazy. I mean, technically three if you want to count like a mail away rescue armor, but we'll talk about rescue later. But yes, end credit scene, Hulk, but it's not Hulk. It's just Bruce Banner. I love you, Mark Ruffalo, but you couldn't save this film. So let's get straight into ranking Iron Man 3. Where shall we put this this lovely film, that we've so passionately talked about?
Now, there are worse movies out here. In the modern MCU, there are way worse movies than Iron Man 3. So that's why I'll say put it in C tier.
Really? Okay, Ashwan, what do you think? Do you think C, or because this is phase 1 and 2, we can technically put this lower because it's not compared to like we eventually will do like our own kind of like what's the worst of the worst kind of film.
Oh, no.
Like overalls. But what do you think, Ashwan? Do you think it goes to C or does it go to the bottom of D?
I think C, if not lowest of B, for me.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna go C. I think I'm gonna go C for now because I was looking at the next film and I'm like, ooh, this one's gonna be an interesting one because not a lot of people talk about it. So also, if you put the recent Mandarin head on the Trevor Slattery body, I think it works well. For nearly classic, yeah. There's a lot of people have like kind of put it into different like different kit batches of a classic Mandarin. Like people have done the whole let's see. Yeah, the Baron Mordo. But with the head. It works, it works. There's also like the case of getting the old Toy Biz figure, but like taking off the robe and then putting that on a like basic blank body and then putting the head on. There's ways. Yes. Damien says B. So interesting. We'll keep it at C. I think there's definitely it could wiggle, but it's definitely the one we're more passionate about. The fact that it has a lot of lowlights. But we move from Iron Man 3. We move towards Thor: The Dark World. Oh boy. So first off, they changed Faindral's actor to Zachary Levi. Don't know why. Crazy. Yeah, because Zachary Levi replaces him, so eventually he'll become Shazam. But crazy that he was like they just replaced that guy. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. It's like how we noticed on Gino, but that was a better upgrade. This is another movie that introduces another Infinity Stone. Crazy. Although I never got this stone. The others like this one was like liquid. Strange. Dark Elves being introduced to the MCU, and you get Malekith and Curse. And also, you get Korg's race, which I wish Korg would look like this. I kind of wish he was this. Gee. When we get to that, I'll talk about Korg, because, oh boy. But the way that this film is, it's very... I don't know, the tone is so like the filter of the film is very dark. I don't know if that's in like dark world. Wow. It looks very grainy when you watch it. A lot of the character designs like Malekith and Curse are very toned down in color palette. Like if you look at Curse in the comics, he's yellow and red, and it's like one of those fantastical villains. Here he's almost like a super soldier because like he first appears as like a I think it's the same actor who plays Killer Croc in the Suicide Squad. Like he plays Curse in this, and you see him normal with the like dark elf armor, and then we see him with this other armor. And then he like bites down or does something, and he transforms into this, which just doesn't look like it. Just looks like very like he only had like certain color palettes, and everything was like okay, it's either dark colors or like we got this kind of weird like chest armor, that stuff, and he just looked like when you look at Malekith, he's always like he's kind of close to the same of like sense of like Loki in a sense. He's a bit like maniacal villain kind of thing. But I feel like this film just feels so strange with its tone. But I think it's Thor's improved, like so they still improve like on like Thor's world. The relationship with him and Jane Foster is strong. Like I think that's one of the things that stays good. But yeah, I don't know. Just I don't know. And you have the end credit scene of the Collector, which is he's a great character to be introduced in this. It's like, ooh, like is Benicio del Toro, and you're like, you don't expect him to act like that, and he just steals the scene. And I know he's going to appear in the next film that we'll talk about, but like, he's so crazy. And it's like that's a Collector, and it's so crazy we don't have a comic version of the Collector in Marvel Legends form, but we do have him. Yes, Damien. Curse happens to be my most requested Marvel Legends comic style. Yeah, I would love a Curse comic figure because he does appear in Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and I want him in figure form just because of that. Yeah, don't hate me. I really enjoyed this one. Curse easy, Brill, but Malekith, nope. Yeah, even though Malekith is played by a former Doctor Who actor, crazy that he feels like a meh kind of character. But that's me. Ashwan, what about you? What do you think of All the Dark World?
I may not have too much of a say in this because I can't lie to you, I forget what happens in this film because it's the only MCU film that I forget about because I haven't watched it more than once. Everything else in Phase 1 and Phase 2, I remember at least watching more than once. This one, I never watched more than once. Just because I heard how bad it is. The first time, the thing is, I can't even remember if I've watched all the way through of it. Like, I can't remember much from this, like, film other than, like, it's bad. Like, I don't really remember much, so I don't really have anything to say about it because, like, even though maybe in the next couple of days I may go and watch it again, the main reason why I haven't is because I know how iffy it is. But, like, that's the thing, I didn't even know the Collector appeared in the post-credit scene. So when you shoot that, I was like, what? And I was really confused when you shoot that. And I just more so, like, have somewhat knowledge of this film from playing Lego Marvel Avengers. Because you play this game as like a level in Lego Marvel Avengers, and that's how I'm more so. And that level was probably more fun than this film is to watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
But like, I won't say too much about it. But all I know is that it isn't good, and so I'll let you two get into it.
No, I agree. it's hard to talk about this film, but yeah. Zion, what about you? Have you got
No.
what are your
Okay.
thoughts?
Now, around like I think it was like November during Thanksgiving week, I was on vacation, so it was in like a hotel for a week, so it was out of town. Now there was this channel that was just playing like superhero movies, like Spider-Man, Superman, Wonder Woman, MCU. So I was like, don't mind if I do. Just sit down and like you watch some of these movies on TV. Thor Dark World was one of them, and at first I was like, oh boy. I watched it and I was like, this movie is not as bad as I remember. I would take this movie over Love and Thunder any day of the week.
Oh,
I do not like Thor Love and Thunder, but this movie, it wasn't that as bad as I remember, cause like it's like serious, like it's like too serious. But I'll take that over freaking Thor being an idiot. Who this guy has lived like nearly 2,000 years, and he's acting like a little kid. So I don't like how they like regress his character in like the future movies. So when I look back on like this and in the first Thor movie, I like appreciate like how like serious and how like mature Thor was. Yeah, and I like how we see more of Asgard in this movie compared to Thor 1. I like how, and now one thing that I will say is it could be like a little nitpick is that we didn't see more gods like Vidar, Vali, Balder, Tyr. We didn't see any more like Norse gods, and that's just a great mix. I'm like Norse mythology guy, so like I know a lot of like that stuff. And Malekith. Now, the one thing I will say that's great with this movie, that's like not as good, is like the one episode of Earth's Mighty Heroes that Malekith was the villain. that Malekith in that one episode, and that like 20 minutes is better than Malekith in this entire movie. That's one thing I will say. But this movie has like a bunch of like funny scenes, like the Cap scene when Loki was like pretending to be Cap. That's kind of funny. Odin just shouting out, being like, "Your birthright was to die." Yeah. This movie has some.
Anthony Hopkins, I swear, he could play like a serious guy, but he could also play a funny ass dude. Like he's just like, I think if you ever have to see Transformers Last Night, just watch it for Anthony Hopkins because he's just completely off his rocker, and like sometimes his Odin in this feels like that, and I'm like, one thing when I think of Odin is like from Marvel Ultimate Alliance, where he's like, strong kind of, like I've got this voice, but then you got like here with him, he's just like idiot, and he's like,
what?
It's just like.
I'm thinking that is more of Odin in his prime. Like Odin here is like he's like an old man. He's on like we see in like Ragnarok. He's on like the edge of like his life.
Yeah.
So I see like the strong Odin is like prime Odin when he was like fighting Laufey and like fighting Surtur. While what we see now is like where he's like old and like retired and about to pass it on.
Yeah.
But one thing that I will say that I did not like about how they set up this movie. It's how like they said they're not gods, and like normally they are. They're like the mystical gods who like have like powers and all that stuff, and like very like built in, just supernatural. But in this sense, like where we live, we die. We're not gods, which is kind of it's kind of like a weird change, especially for when they call the god of thunder. God of mystery. So like, was that like a retcon or something?
So that's the thing. Like this film, like you said, it treats it more of like a real. I think one of the things I said is like it's like previously. It's like the MCU deals with grounded takes, but I'm like with Thor, it's supposed to be fantastical, supposed to be Lord in mythology, but I feel like because they were going with this science and like mythic stuff, like not Mythic Legions. I love Legions. Like these guys just look so bland, and that like like you said in Avengers: Earth Mightiest Heroes, when you see Asgard, it's like it's literally like a love letter to Jack Kirby's kind of like art style, the colors in the Thor films until the last two, they kind of just dubbed out in color, like grading and tone, and especially like you said, how this film treats it like they're not gods, they're just people. Woohoo! Not like actually treating them like how does it feel to be like immortals on that stuff, or oh, there's a threat to their immortality. No, they just go like, oh yeah, you can be stabbed in it, and yeah, most of the film is the film in London and in like, they did film in like Royal Holloway because I remember my brother be like, yeah, I was there, and I was like, whoa. um, it, yeah, yeah, exactly. One of the things is that this movie made them aliens instead of gods, which, by the way, that is in a comic. It's not called Elseworlds, but it's pretty much Marvel's take on like if they did Kingdom Come. It's a story like it's pretty much a Kingdom Come style comic in Marvel. I definitely like off. I'll recommend. I kind of recommend it, but the way they deal with Thor and the whole Asgard, they reveal that the Asgardians are just aliens. They're not gods. They're aliens. And I was like, it's definitely an interesting take because they latch on to the Norse mythology, but they're straight up aliens. Like the reveal is that they're not gods and that stuff. And I'm like that works for an Elseworld or like a what if kind of situation. It doesn't work when it's like
The main.
the versions of the characters, and it's just like yeah. Enough said, as the great Stan Lee would say. But yeah, let's and so far, like in terms of figures, I doubt anyone would want like a curse figure from this kind of thing. I don't think anyone wants figures from here, but they have done Thor and Lady Sif, who like Lady Sif needs a comic figure desperately. The last time we got her was in the A-Force pack, and she was in that fan vote, which they haven't done in a while, where it was between Silk, a white Elektra, which we now have got, and Silk was the winner, and then it was a normal Lady Sif, and we still haven't got that Lady Sif. Also, Marvel Legends, can you give more respect to your like Thor fans, like for comic Thor? Anyway, and also poor Boulder.
This is also Sif's last like major appearance in the MCU.
Yeah, like she does appear in what I've heard of. Like she appears in Agents of Shield.
She's in 2 episodes, but
yeah,
that's just like
it's
she
crazy.
She lost her memory in one of those episodes, and was just like, well,
yeah,
she's in Love and Thunder, but only for like 2 scenes.
Yeah, well, when we get there, we'll talk about that. And yeah, I would have loved to have been in London when they filmed Far From Home for a later conversation. Definitely, we'll talk about that when we get there. But where are we putting Thor: The Dark World? I think this is a no-brainer. But where do you guys think?
The weird thing is, I'll watch this movie over Iron Man 3 because at least they did Malekith in like that way he was threatening, because Malekith is like Thor's like second biggest villain. I'm pretty sure. Malekith is Thor's second biggest villain, so at least they made him look like a threat, while they just made the Mandarin one like a plot twist and like a joke. So I'll put it above C tier, and I'll put it in C tier above Iron Man 3.
Ooh. What about you, Ashwan? Where do you think this film goes?
I'd say C tier or D tier from what I've heard, because I can't remember, and I somewhat like Iron Man 3. It's just okay. But I'd say like it deserves C tier. I would say D maybe is a bit too harsh, but C I think is fine somewhat because it has some like you get to see Thor do cool stuff, so it's kind of. But I don't. It's honestly up to you.
I'm gonna break the mold. I'm gonna put it D tier. We do have to have some film that's there. It's
Can
so,
Iron Man 3?
huh? Do you think Iron Man 3 belongs there?
We can swap those two.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because at least Thor doesn't hurt Iron Man's like rogues gallery. Like, I mean, yeah. Because Iron Man 3, well, we can see if that moves. Because I feel like those two are kind of like, yeah, I don't know, something up with them. But anyway, we move from Thor: The Dark World as the Collector gets his first Infinity Stone in the collection. But go away from that. But we go to Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Oh boy.
Finally, something good.
Yeah, exactly. Ashwan, what do you think of this? What is your highlight and low light of this film?
This film is amazing. It even though like we start off phase 2 with Iron Man 3 for the Dark World and then kablam! Captain America the Winter Soldier. It's just like I bet people at the time were just there was a sigh of relief. It was a bit of relief. It was like right here we go. We've got Captain America because a lot of like phase 2 is like sequels for the top 3 and then big Avengers film and then other stuff. That's basically what phase 2 is in a nutshell. It's just Thor gets another film, Iron Man gets another film, Captain America gets another film, an Avengers film, and then one group of characters that we don't know too well, and then it's a kind of weird phase, but anyways. Captain America the Winter Soldier is great. Like Damien said already in the chat, it is S tier. It is. I think it is. Of course, we'll get to it when we rank it, but I do think it is. It's such a great film. Like the choreography, the whole fight scenes with, of course, him and Bucky. I mean, of course, that whole thing in general, where like he literally sees his mate in the first Avenger like fall off the train and he thinks died, and then of course, 70 years later or however many it is now, he's in fighting him. Like he doesn't think it's him. Like the whole storyline with him like being basically a guy for Hydra and all them lot, and the whole thing of the whole Hydra storyline where Cap is kind of having to go like undercover a little bit and try and because Hydra's taken over within this whole film, and I love this film. Of course, we have the introduction of Sam Wilson, and so of course he ends up being Captain America, so kind of fitting, to be honest. But of course, his involvement, even though he does bits and bobs throughout this film, but his main bit where he shines is in Civil War later on.
Yeah.
But he does have some cool moments within this. He has of course, he's now of course, it kind of happens, but they somewhat get over it. But there's maybe a bit of jealousy with Bucky afterwards now because Sam's now not Chris. Sam's now Steve's new best friend, and so they're now a cool little buddy relationship. Of course, we get Black Widow again, so it's another reason of them not having to make another Black Widow film or make a Black Widow film. But this film though, it's hard to not it's hard not to bloody keep watching it or watch it multiple times because it's I think randomly I was sat just doing something. I just thought, sod it, I'm gonna put this on. And it was just I was trying to do stuff around the house. I was just trying to do stuff whilst watching it. And I just couldn't not keep focused on the screen because it was just the amount of cool shit going on. It was just it was just, this film is just it's just phenomenal. And it's honestly crazy that, like, of course, before this, our S tier films that we have put in the bracket and discussed is, of course, Iron Man, Avengers, and Captain America. And now we're
Yeah.
getting another Captain America, like another banger Captain America film. And so, like, and also, I forgot to mention it, but the start of the Russo brothers.
Yeah.
So very big shoes to fill after this. Even though they weren't as well known then, but they've got a pretty good track record. So
That's true. That's true. Would you say there are any lowlights to this film, or is it just perfect?
Not that I can think of.
That's perfect.
It like I'd say like maybe the main thing you could think of, but I'm not. I'm just trying to like think kind of. Is that like it's more it's along the lines of like you have like maybe could like because of course the Hydra thing is like kind of gone away from the first film, that this new Hydra is like not as much, even though they are more of a threat kind of, but they're not like characters that are like the epitome of Hydra. They kind of just like little bits and bobs, and so it's like it's not really Hydra, but it is. And of course we get Crossbones eventually out of it, which of course is one thing which is kind of a bit of an annoying thing with Civil War, but of course Civil War is still great. But I can't really think of any lowlights because this film is just absolute. This is just it's one of the greatest things I've ever watched. So don't say
that. Damien, only low light for me, more Batroc or another end fight, perhaps. Just me. Oh yeah, I would have loved more Batroc. I mean, it's George St. Pierre, and he can do his action. And you know what? I know most of the time villains don't get the greatest outfits, but he's almost close to a comic accurate. Like he's still wearing tactical gear, but at least he's wearing the yellow and the sort of purple. Still, it's not. I mean, kind of like
he just needs his mustache.
He needs a mask. He needs a mask. Anyway, Zion, what are your highlights and lowlights of Captain America: The Winter Soldier, if any lowlights?
This is one of the best action movies of all time. Like the best espionage. Like you take away Captain America, and you would just think this is just like a normal action movie, not even a superhero movie. And it just fits so well with how with like the modern Captain America, and like I like how they like I said modernized him to like and have him do it like something that's like real with like corrupt agencies and all that. And it's just like it was there for like a comic book movie at the time to go this like much grounded and much realism, but it works for Captain America, and I like how they made him like a kind of like a spy too, to fit with like Black Widow. Now, again, Natasha Romanoff in this movie, not only is she, this is also probably her at her like peak action moments. Like at the beginning when she's like fighting those guys on the pirate ship, she's like jumping up, just like shooting them, taking them down. And then when she fights Bucky, how like she grabbed him off of the like bridge with the explosion behind her. Peak. And then the Winter Soldier's theme, that theme. We was talking about Spider-Verse themes like the Prowler theme and the Miguel O'Hara theme, but the Winter Soldier theme comes close to it being like that iconic, like that villain theme.
It's so eerie, but it's like it's built with like mystery, because you obviously don't like, if you're a comic fan, you know who Winter Soldier is, but like the main audience is like, who the hell is this guy? Why does he have a cybernetic arm? What's he doing? And like he's just killing. He's straight up killing people, and you're like, whoa. And well, when we get to phase 3, we find out one of his consequences.
Mm.
Um,
The only low light that I will say is that, yeah, it's Hydra, but it doesn't feel like Hydra.
Yeah.
Because, like, the only, like, we have Crossbones, it's like a double agent. But I mean, like, as a main villain, if a comic fan hears the name Alexander Pierce, half the comic fans don't even know who that is. If we're being real, us like hardcore fans know, because we like like the nitty gritty. But for like average comic fans, hearing the name Alexander Pierce, you're like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
So I think like they could have had like, this is where I think they should have had Madam Hydra in. Because we see Strucker later, and
he's there in the corner.
Yeah, and it's just like Madam Hydra is technically one of like the big leaders of Hydra, like at a certain time, and we're getting Zemo later down the line. So
yeah.
And we had Red Skull, and we could have had him return, but I get we had like new stuff. So
yeah,
we could have had like Madam Hydra in there as like that replacement for Alexander Pierce to make it feel more like Hydra.
Andrew, straight up, and this movie introduces the MCU ultimate disguise of a cap and sunglasses, makes you invisible to the government. And I was about to get to this, but we're forgetting Adam Zola was also hinted for future appearances. Did he meet your expectations, Z-Man, or could he still be a future threat? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Adam Zola in this film. It was great to see him back, but the fact he was just a soul in the machine, I was like, oh, that sucks. Like, he's just a computer man. And I'm like, oh, I wish he talked to them, and then he got up and was a robot. Like, the whole, because you see it in Captain America First Avenger, he's designing a robot suit. And I'm like, bruh, we didn't even get that. We just got him going like, let me info dump, and like he does the whole I switch sides, but then we as a Hydra, we grew our tendrils and blah blah blah, and we Shield became a Hydra basically. And it's like, I wish he did something. Like, I think what that's I'm gonna start off with like lowlights is that Hydra doesn't feel like a villain, and there weren't any like masked villains to fight against, apart from Winter Soldier, who pretty much takes off his. Also, I'm already gonna say this is like S tier, but like, one of the things I don't like is the fact that there's the whatchamacallit, Winter Soldier's design. He's got this like breather and the goggles. I wish the goggles had the white lenses. I don't know. Or I hate his makeup when he takes off the goggles and he's got like these like. What's the makeup for? Why does he have Batman makeup on his eyes? And I was like, oh, it's strange. I wish they gave him a domino mask. I think that's one of the things I didn't like about Winter Soldier, design-wise. Everything else, and also like you said, Crossbones. I wish he just straight up, like, after he was exposed, like after like kind of like the connection of people in Shield are actual Hydra agents, and then when they go on the full attack, they'll be like, we're doing the Hydra stuff, we're gonna do this. Then he puts on a mask. I would have been like, that would have been so cool, because it'd be like, like, I think one of the things is like, I wish there were costumes, but this was a pretty much it. Like you said, it's like without Captain America, it's a spy film, and I think it does that amazingly. Even with Captain America in it, it's a secret film, kind of like everyone's in hiding. You got this kind of like the government, blah blah blah, and all that stuff, and it's like, honestly, the highlight of this film is the film itself. It's the best Captain America movie that, like, even like you said, Steve sticks to his values, but he also is like he's understanding that his world doesn't exist anymore, and this world is corrupted. Like even Shield that used to like stand up for something when he was around, it became corrupted, and everything had to go down. And it was like I also that's one of the things that kind of like I wish Shield stuck around a little bit more, but then again, it's like you had to with this whole story. You had to kind of like get rid of Hydra as a start. Like you couldn't just, and I think Agents of Shield has ramifications of like still people working for Hydra / Shield, and it was like crazy. Yes, there is a concept art of him in the robot suit. Maybe they're planning for Captain America 3. Yeah. Also, I wanted to mention that what do you call it in Avengers? The scrapped idea was that Janet Van Dyne. Oh no, Janet was going to be part of the Wasp was going to be part of the team, and it was going to be Zoe Deschanel, the person from New Girl. And I would have been like, oh hell yeah, but that got scrapped.
She fits it too.
Huh?
She fits the role too.
Yeah, exactly. And like the thing is, they Joss Whedon cut a lot of stuff, and we'll get to one of the cuts. But yeah, and also this film teases with the two twins and Baron von Strucker and Dr. List. I remember playing the Lego Marvel Avengers. It's a whole mission with these two. And I'm like, that's more involvement they ever had in the MCU. Like in general, that game was like, hey, we're building something. It's like, oh, Lord up. But anyway, let's get straight to ranking this. Where do we put? You know what? I think we all know where it's going.
There's only one place.
Ooh, here's the thing though. Does it beat Captain America First Avenger?
To me, yes.
Ooh, does it?
Like the Cap films get better each movie.
That's true. Does it beat Iron Man?
You already know what I'm going to say because my cat biases.
What about you, Ashwan? Do you think it beats Iron Man? And but does it not beat Avengers?
Personally, of course, like I said before, Iron Man's in my top 3. But like from a movie standpoint, I think Captain America is a better movie than Iron Man is. But my personal enjoyment, I think Iron Man's better.
Ooh.
So, but I do think that it's fair enough putting it between Iron Man and Avengers. Even if you were to put it over Avengers, I would get it because I know it's very good.
That's what I think. I'm gonna put it in the middle. Like I think it's S tier already, so it's like it's amazing. So I think it's the case of like you know what, it hits there. Yeah, and it could move, but now we from Captain America: The Winter Soldier, great movie. We get Guardians of the Galaxy, so we move from the very grounded, like spy espionage and whatnot. You get to Guardians of the Galaxy, where we, this is James Gunn going, you know what? Let's give some love to a team from the comics and completely reinvent the wheel. So for me, this is a great fun film. Ragtag type of group. It's not the traditional Guardians from at that time, but now they have become the traditional Guardians we know. That's how impactful this film was. Also, you have the case of, Ronan the Accuser, a pretty good villain. I wish it, we'll get to the lights. But Yondu, great. The cast is great in this film. Very funny. You also get the Nova Corps that this is their only appearance. Technically an off-screen kind of like, if Infinity War. what happens to the Nova Corps. But honestly, I think this was a fun film that blended music, but also like a family group. Because like this, pretty much compared to like Avengers, where that is a team of people working together, this feels like a dysfunctional family that eventually becomes stronger. And the soundtrack is top tier. It has different music tastes, and it's sci-fi. This is what we've been wanting from like Thor, of being like out there and very colorful and very, you know, just being proud that it's a comic film, but it's also being like it's wacky. Also, we do have Marvel Legends of both the Collector, as mentioned before. We have the whole first movie lineup, although those figures are very dated by now. We still haven't done a proper, an upgraded version of Groot. I know technically this is the third movie, but that's a later topic. But we did get Ronan the Accuser. No Nova Corps soldiers though. I would pick them up, but then again, they didn't really have great. Uh, I would say lowlights. I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe if we got like a tease that Nova was gonna come up, but that's very nitpicky. I don't know. But anyway, also because Ronan the Accuser's Kree, right? He's
Yeah.
part of the Kree. Yeah. I wish we got some Kree, like maybe we got Captain, like OG Captain Marvel, like being there, like as like a hint. And that's a later topic for Captain Marvel. I have thoughts. But anyway, so that's me. Ashwan, what do you think of Guardians of the Galaxy? What are your quick highlights and lowlights?
Well, to start it off, I would just say you get a banger after a banger. You get Captain America, and then you get this. Like, this year couldn't have got any better. But like, to start it off, like quickly, just as a highlight thing, like Ronan the Accuser for me was a highlight. I just thought it was kind of cool. Like Lee Pace as an actor is very good. Of course, you may know him now more so. He's the voice of Frag in Invincible. And I've heard that a lot of people have been fan casting him as Magneto, even though he plays Ronan. So, which I wouldn't mind him as Magneto, but because he plays Ronan, it's the continuity issue kind of thing. It's the same with the actor who plays the villain in Doctor Strange. They've been fan casting him, but like they play people already, so whatever. But anyways, to get on to it, like just the fact that I didn't really know of this team before, like didn't know the team before. Of course, that's what the main aim of the film was to be. Didn't know about the team before. Got to love these characters. Like it's just a fact that you don't get to know them, and then like 3 movies later, as well as whatever else they've appeared in, they're like some of the characters, if not the most you care about. Like that's the impact that these films had on people. Even the fact that, like, of course, what happens at the end where Groot dies, kind of thing. It's just like this whole like journey you've gone through in this film, even though you don't know the characters too well. The fact that you already love Groot, you love Rocket, you love Drac, you love Gamora, you somewhat love the Collector, but he's a bit of a knobhead. But you love Star-Lord, like you love all these like characters, Yondu and all these people, and then like to get a couple more movies as well afterwards, and it's just like it's to the point where like these were like nobodies, or these were like people that weren't really anything. Like it says at the like when the Nova Corps what's it called, like take them, they basically say they're a load of nobodies and they're just just ravagers and whatever, and like because they are, and like to make this like awesome film out of it, and like to come out in a time of Marvel where it had a lot on its back because they went through For the Dark World and Iron Man 3 that didn't start off too well, and then you have a massive step up in Captain America to then after this have this straight afterwards, like to even have the balls to put this out, because I feel like most movie companies wouldn't put a film out like this, like if it was anyone else, like no matter what, if it was Marvel, DC, whatever, but like I don't think they would like put a film out like this because it's characters you don't really know, kind of thing, or would it do whatever, but it's like one of the better trilogies out of the whole MCU. Of course, number two is I like number two personally. I know some people don't, but like the whole trilogy just as a whole was pretty good. But like low lights, of course, is a whole Nova thing because I somewhat knew of Nova before, and you get the name of Nova, and it's like, oh, I know that guy. What will he appear in this film? Will he do whatever? And then they haven't done anything just yet. Like whether he gets a project down the line when they may experiment a bit more, go into another phase, maybe. But like I don't know whether James Gunn leaving MCU means that they don't touch much of this stuff anymore, which is kind of sad. But if it happens, it happens. But like Damien was saying in the chat, like I'm pretty sure about Drax. Like he was saying.
Oh, it was Virtual Dave.
Oh, well, sorry. Yeah. Andrew was saying about Drax. Like, of course, I know of more so now what Drax looks like because, of course, the Legends figure came out, so that kind of helped. But also, just like I was looking in general, and he is like, of course, it's the main problem with some characters, no matter the project may be, because you cast a normal guy to play a character, which is huge. And then it's kind of iffy, even though I love Batista in this role. It's just that Drax is like way more huge. Like he's way more of a force than Drax in this, and he has that like thing though. Like even though he isn't as powerful, he's witty and he's like funny and stuff. And so I kind of like how Drax is in this. And like it's also the fact that like most of these like actors are kind of really odd because Chris Pratt came off of Parks and Recreation and got this. Batista came off straight off WWE and got this as a job and then went off. Gamora, I can't remember really what
Zoe
she was doing
Saldana.
beforehand actor wise. I can't remember what she was doing beforehand, but I didn't know of her before this.
She was in this animated movie called The Book of Life.
Right.
That came out like around when this came out. A little bit.
I remember she was in a comic-based movie. It's not like comic in superheroes, but it's based on a comic where it had Chris Evans as well and Idris Elba. It's a great film, by the way. I'll find it and I'll put it on the chat. But like, she's in there as one of the characters, and I was like, whoa. That was my first interaction with her, but you know, definitely Gamora really brought her A game into it because, like, it's such a Gamora as a character is so different, if you will. Like, oh yeah, the film's called The Losers.
Oh, okay. I'll be sure to check it out. But like the other thing as well, like the last two actors, Groot and Rocket Raccoon, even though they have very good careers, the fact that it's Bradley Cooper and Vin Diesel is still just baffling. Like it's honestly crazy that like Bradley Cooper's performance as Rocket Raccoon, as much as I love Groot and love Vin Diesel, like Bradley Cooper is the main like one. If even though Peter Quill, Star-Lord, is presented as the main character of most of these films because he's the leader, or technically the leader. Rocket Raccoon does take spotlight 9 times out of most of the time in these films because he puts on such a good, like Bradley Cooper puts on such a good performance for playing Raccoon, and also it just makes like you were saying earlier, where like the fact that this is now the Guardians in most Marvel going onwards, or like it's at least if it's not all of these members, it's half of them, or like Like literally, the Guardians of the Galaxy game that got made a couple years ago. It's this group of Guardians, and I personally love that game. I really liked it.
That game.
I can't say
What a
that.
brilliant game.
I can't say that the YouTube. I can't say that YouTube liked me too much because I made videos on it and I got copyrighted. But like, I like playing the game still. But I don't have the YouTube channel anymore. But I made videos for it and it was very fun. But like, it's just it's just like the amount of stuff that of course come out of it. Of course, you have James Gunn's brother Sean Gunn, who plays Kraglin, and he's a major part of this like trilogy. Like lowlights, I can't really think of much like other than the fact that like even though I do kind of get it, Ronan is kind of taken down very quickly. Like, I don't mind it too much because it makes sense, but like, of course, Ronan is taken down in a kind of jokingly way, just like a little dance off, which is it's a sick scene. Don't get me wrong; it's kind of a cool scene. But it's kind of annoying because I know that he's known for being this like really big threat, and he's kind of just taken down, even though it's like it's an Infinity Stone, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
But like, it's also just the fact that like the main downside you could say about the whole trilogy is that you don't get more other space people. But it is centered around the games. But like, for instance, you get the Nova in this one. You don't really get to really know much more about like Nova in general. You have like the other Ravagers that appear in the other films going forward that you don't really know about. Like, why is there some guy that can open portals when he doesn't have a sling ring? Like, that's never explained.
We'll definitely talk about that when we get to Guardians 2, because that's an interesting film.
But like, yeah, I love this film. Like, I don't have many, if not any, lowlights. But I loved it when it came out, and I still love it to this day, to be honest.
Fair enough. And Zion, what about you? What are your lowlights and highlights and lowlights?
This is actually my favorite Guardians movie in the trilogy, and this movie. One thing that Ashwan was saying about Phase 2, about how it's like a sequel to Avengers, sequel to the big three, with 2 other movies. It's just comedies. Like Guardians of the Galaxy is a comedy, Ant-Man's a comedy. So yeah, this Phase was kind of like weird in the way they had like big movies and like 2 comedies, but it worked with Guardians because before I saw this movie, I only knew the Guardians by 1 episode of Avengers EMH, and it was like a different lineup. It was like Star-Lord, Rocket and Groot, but it was also Adam Warlock.
And then Quasar. Yeah.
Quasar. So I didn't know who Jackson and Gamora was when I first watched this movie, and introduced me to these characters, and they did like a good job, because now I see these as like my mind's eye as the Guardians of the Galaxy. And yeah, we could have seen like other space people like Nova and Quasar, and we get to see Mantis and Adam Warlock on down the line a little bit later.
Yeah,
but that's just like a great for like the series like in general, that we didn't see like Nova and Quasar. But other than that, Ronan, I think he was a good villain, and yeah, it's kind of odd that they took him out so quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's a superhero movie. Like, of course, the villain's gonna like go, no matter how powerful he is, except for Thanos. But we see that like in MCU, where like a villain's like so powerful that the heroes shouldn't be able to defeat him that quickly, especially for the next movie. But we can let it slide, especially for like movies like this. And this movie's hilarious. Like, there's a bunch of like scenes that I was just like thinking about randomly from like this movie. Like when Peter Quill is like dancing, kicking those little like things, singing to "Come and Get Your Love" when they're in the jail, and Peter's getting bullied, and then Groot comes to his defense, and then Peter's like, "Yeah, I'm with them." And then this is just like a bunch of iconic scenes. The soundtrack to this movie is so good.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of like iconic and just, like good songs in in this franchise, and this movie is no different. And I think this movie balances like the comedy is like the main thing, but it also has like some like emotional points where they foreshadow like both Peter and Rocket lineage in the past. Like at the end of the movie, they say something about like Peter's dad, and I have my gripes with that, but we'll get to that when we get to
Guardians.
You mentioned Peter's dad and about like how he was, and then Rocket mentions his experiments. So they both like foreshadow like the future movies of the series, and the Ravengers, Yondu, and I always forget the other guy's name. Kraglin. Yeah. They were pretty good in this movie, and this is also like was a risk for Marvel back in the day because they just stuck with, even though they're known for taking risks with like Iron Man and then Captain, Thor, the C tier characters make major. They wasn't sure about Guardians because Guardians was more niche than the Avengers, and they pulled it off. James Gunn pulled it off, making a good movie with these characters and making it feel different because the Avengers at first they feel like co-workers working together while this feels more like a family.
Yeah.
Together. So, and this is also, like you said, another entrance of another Infinity Stone, the Power Stone.
Yep.
So, I think we're at 4 stones now that they revealed in the.
So there was like they do show the Celestials. I forgot to put them in this image, but I'll put it in the second one, where they show the different Celestials and how one of them had the Power Stone and he used it to like just decimate planets. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because obviously Collector's involved with this because he's like, I'm trying to contain. This is another Infinity Stone, and like they show like the other Infinity Stones. It's like, ooh, like we're definitely cooking. Also, we have Thanos like mainstay. Like we see him interact, and this is Josh Brolin's Thanos, which is the one that we all get to see. He's still purple here. So remember that nice purple color? It will definitely become very Patrick Star, very light later on, and he won't have the helmet anymore. So sad. I wish he kept the helmet. He looks ugly without it. We'll definitely get into that, but you both like say the same thing of like how this was a risk to do this kind of film, and the fact that it pulled off the impossible of introducing a random type of group that didn't like it has their fans, but then again, also it brought new fans into it and brought those fans that respected the original because the original lineup is completely different. It's Yondu, Charlie 27, which we'll definitely talk about in Guardians 2 because we see that version. But the fact that this became so iconic, such a like James Gunn, he knows how to cook. It's the reason why they had to bring him back for the third one. Because otherwise, oh boy. And like it's the unknown world that we live in. What's happening next with the others, but we'll talk about that. But where shall we put Guardians of the Galaxy? Do you think it belongs at A tier, B tier? Definitely not C or D tier. Where do you guys think it should go?
I think it deserves to be an S tier.
Ooh. What about you, Zion? Do you think it's S tier material?
For me, I'll say A tier.
Ooh.
But then Iron Man 2 has to go down.
So you would say Guardians A tier, and then would you put Iron Man 2 at B tier?
Yes.
There you go. You know what? I think it's a strong A. It could potentially go to S, but I think it's a strong A for now. As we only got 2 more films, then we don't. Oh, Damien says B. That's interesting. You know what? It's an interesting take. There's like it's definitely like it's so iconic. Anyway, we move from this iconic film to Avengers: Age of Ultron. Now, Lion, what are your thoughts on this film?
I know a lot of people don't like this movie, but I personally love this movie. The sequel to my favorite superhero movie. And yeah, there's a bunch of problems, but not a bunch, but there's like some problems. I'll start with the highlights. The highlights is that the Avengers are still the same as they were in the first one. They still work well as a team. Yeah, Hank and Janet aren't in this movie again, but I mean, like, that's a little like. But Ultron was, I think. Now I saw this series of like how they said, what if Ultron was the big bad instead of Thanos? But for this movie, I think Ultron was like the best choice for a second Avengers movie, because like he's like there, with Loki being the arch enemy. Ultron is like their biggest adversary, the biggest like challenge. I feel like because of how he is. He's made from an Avenger, even though they changed it here. Still, it's just like it's that inner comic fan just going like but I can get over that because for this movie it works. They introduced new characters, Wanda and Vision. I think they were good additions to the group. They gave more. I like Hawkeye in this movie more than I liked him in the first one because he actually gets to be a part of the team for the whole movie. And then they get more depth with him, with his family. This was Hulk's last good movie, in my personal opinion. This is the last movie where we get to see like Hulk as a version of the Hulk. And yeah, James Spader was perfect as Ultron. Like he could have been like more like menacing and more like Bill instead of being like jokey. But James Spader just as like the voice, it worked so well for Ultron. And the action scenes in this movie are amazing, just like the Battle of Sokovia. It's nearly there to the Battle of New York, but my biases are just loving New York more than Sokovia.
Yeah.
Now, for some of the lowlights for this movie, we gotta address the elephant in the room, Quicksilver. Now I get it. Egg Fox would use it. I see it as like they split the twins up. Like it's like custody. Fox is like the dad who gets to have Pietro, and the MCU is the mom who gets to have Wanda. That's how I kind of see it. So I get how they couldn't have both of them, but it's just like if you're going to kill him off, have him sacrifice himself in a better way. Like X-Men Quicksilver can catch bullets. Like X-Men Quicksilver, that scene in the kitchen where he was just like running in slow motion. This Quicksilver should be able to do that too. Like, he was able to stop Hawkeye's arrows, and
he couldn't catch a bullet.
He couldn't catch it. And I've seen like alternate takes where Quicksilver actually like grabs Hawkeye and the kid and then moves him out the way. So like it could have been better.
Yeah.
And Ultron being defeated so early is also like a bit of thing because like he's everywhere. He's he can access the internet, and we see in Spider-Man: Homecoming, there's still Ultron head out there. So like,
Exactly.
I don't like how they, especially for such a big villain, and like we were saying about like Red Skull and Ronan, for such like big villains, and they get rid of them in like the first movie. It's a little bit of a nitpick. And okay, this is just a great movie, but Claw, I like him in this movie, but the way he lost his arm, it's just like,
Oh yeah.
you're really gonna do, and I'll get the Claw more when we get the Black Panther, but you're really gonna alter his origin when he has such a big play in like not Captain America, Black Panther.
Yeah. Yeah, well, definitely when we get to phase 3, oh boy, there's some issues with Claw, which, but yeah, great takes. Ashwan, what about you? What are your highlights and lowlights of Avengers: Age of Ultron?
Well, when watching this as a kid, I did love this one as well. Like, just the performances alone, like James Spader as Ultron and Paul Bettany as Vision. Like, both of them, just their dynamic between each other, as well as like, because we actually get a face now as well. Like, he's been playing Jarvis for a fair bit before this, and now we actually get a face, and we now get like a body of what Jarvis is, kind of thing, and he happens to be this like being, and like it's just, I like the whole film in general. I like the whole little, because you get the whole 360 shot when they're fighting Ultron as well. That's pretty cool. You get like another one of them. Like the involvement of Claw is of course a bit annoying, because like even though I don't know too much about comic book Claw, they definitely look very different from what I've seen.
Yeah.
And so they're just a bit odd in general. But I mean, the actor though, I mean, I love the actor anyways,
Oh
who played it. But like, it's just kind of a shame that that's the character that iteration of Claw he's playing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And then when it comes to the Maximoff twins, I mean, of course, the main thing, the positive is, even though of course Pietro does die in this film, they both are very good at, like, they are very cool in this film. Like, he gets a lot of limelight. He has a lot of like action, little like quirky scenes. Of course, I mean, Wanda going forward, even she definitely going forward turned into this crazy thing. But like, it is honestly kind of like sad, because it is the main like low light of this film is just Pietro dying. I think personally, just because like Zion was saying, I get the whole like sharing custody Fox thing, but like it's so annoying that, like, even though of course it's a funny comedic film, it's Aaron Taylor Johnson who just like, he came off of Kick Ass and done really well with that, and like you have him play Quicksilver after, of course, having the Quicksilver from the Fox films, and like people were getting excited. There's another Quicksilver, like, and then they just go and kill him off when like, and like it's kind of annoying that even though Aaron Taylor Johnson is known for playing, or somewhat known for playing Quicksilver, the fact that his last and maybe more noble thing is Kraven the Hunter, it's like just annoying.
Yeah.
And like, it's just the fact that like, if he was able to be Quicksilver, then I feel like it just would have been like, a lot of the films going forward would have been like really enjoyable. Like, if he was in there, like, I'm not saying they aren't, but I'm just saying that like, he was a character within this film is just one of the like the favorite things I've seen. And it's just like, it's just kind of annoying just going forward, and it's annoying that they, like, of course, the whole like Hank Pym thing, as much as we like get annoyed about it and say this, that, and the other about it, of course it's gone now and we can't really change it. But the fact that they do introduce the twins and then just kill off one of them, Like it's just
Yeah,
stupid, and the fact that, or the main other thing I would say as a low light, which I mean it is technically a low light, is there's not a Magneto figure. I mean, of course, because they haven't introduced the X-Men even still. And so, like, the main things with Quicksilver and Wanda is that Magneto is their dad, and you don't have Magneto. You don't have anything with that. And
yeah.
so, like, it's it's kind of annoying within that aspect, because if you're, like, saying mutants-wise, because I can't remember if they hint at them being mutants or not.
They call
I
them
don't know if it's,
enhanced.
like,
Yeah, they call them enhanced just to be like, we can't call them mutants, but yeah, like they later on in One Division kind of allude to the point that maybe Scarlet Witch has something different, like she's got something in her genes, but they don't outright call her mutant either. So it's the case that, and also, yeah, there's a whole issue of like whether Magneto is the father kind of situation, because it's the whole high evolutionary, which we'll get into. If he ever like, because he's the one who kind of like took care of them. It's confusing, both, and also if you don't ever read Ultimate Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, that's the worst thing. Also, I love. Yeah, this is the first time we get Friday before she started working for Dad on his Thursday show. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then Virtual Dave says Disney didn't buy Fox yet, guys. They couldn't do X-Men characters like that. Yeah, that was one of the takeaways, that they had to. Well, so actual fun fact: Joss Whedon initially had the idea of keeping Quicksilver alive. He would have got shot like he did. But then he would have healed because of his fast metabolism or fast healing, and then he would don a a white and red, like he would don a red outfit instead for the later scenes. Unfortunately, that never happened because of the whole decision with Fox that you have to keep one twin, not both. So that's what happened. So unfortunately, that scene got cut, just like Aaron Taylor Johnson's Quicksilver's runtime. He got cut. Also, I totally agree with that, because it's like, that is the biggest low light. Also, I would say the other big low light is no Grey Hulk. This was okay. Obviously, like, Hulk is in this film. He gets mind controlled, and you see he's a slightly grayer shade, or like his color is like slightly less green. But I'm like, you could have just given him gray. We could have got a Grey Hulk, and they teased that. Like, people thought that was the tease, and then no. It seems like there's going to be a theme of teasing the Hulk for something big, and then it doesn't happen. Foreshadow.
Yeah.
Exactly. You had better chance of getting Andrew Spider-Man, which almost did happen. Yes, that almost did happen. Andrew Spider-Man could have been in the MCU, in the Avengers. It did happen, unfortunately. Unfortunately, fortunately, who knows? But yeah, this film. So I'll say the highlights of it is like it delves into like each character's kind of like dysfunction. Like, each of them are going through something. You got Iron Man's whole like fear of the future, of like what this alien threat could lead to, which, by the way, has a random dead character. Crazy. Like, when it shows like everyone dead, there's like apparently just some random soldier dude or soldier character, and you're like, who's that? Like, we're supposed to know who these people are, but there's one outlier there. So that builds his fear because obviously Wanda's trying to get into their minds and try and disband the team again. This one's more of a disbanding because they can't trust each other, because of their visions and that stuff. They can't trust themselves rather than trust each other, sort of situation. Thor has this whole lightning death dream or nightmare where he's just like zap zap zap, which alludes to his like eventual Thor Ragnarok situation. And then like Black Widow, we finally get to see stuff of the Red Room, which will then so they're like building into things that will happen eventually, which was great. Hulk, like this, probably the highlight of the film was the Hulk fighting Hulkbuster. Finally, Iron Man making the Hulkbuster armor. Although there's some non-canon armors that are kind of Hulkbusters, if you look into Iron Man's armors in the MCU, technically there's a Gamma Buster for that was destroyed in Iron Man 3. So also how this film kind of pretty much goes like, yeah, Iron Man 3 kind of happened, but then Iron Man still exists. So they still built armors despite doing the whole grand gesture to Pepper Potts being like, I'm going to destroy all my armors. I'm all for you.
Even the movie itself knows Iron Man 3 ain't good.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, we have had a few Marvel Legends figures. We got the 2-pack of the Build-A-Figure Hulk Buster armor and the Hulk, which is probably one of the only like the earlier MCU Hulk figures that we do have. We do have later figures which are like similar basically, but we don't have like from Avengers 1. Do have a Bruce Banner, and we have like this team and Ultron, who was offered twice, both in a Build-A-Figure and then in a deluxe one. I remember having the deluxe one. Eventually sold it because one of my lowlights is Ultron's face, or the fact that he has lips always pissed me off. Like I get it. He's supposed to be like, he's kind of like playing this kind of like, oh yuck, kind of like there's no strings on me. But like his more sinister moments is literally like, this spot over here next to Vision. That I wish that was his look, or they gave him the Kirby Crackle like mouth light up feature that he has usually, like in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, as well as the next Avengers film, another great animated Marvel film that unfortunately they stopped doing animated Marvel films. Crazy, because that Ultron was severely like frightening as a kid watching that film. Boy, and like this film was like, Ultron was good, but he didn't feel like sinister, like kind of like sort of like scary, until like you had this moment with him and Vision, and then he's pretty much killed, and I was like, oh, what the hell? Again, this pattern of killing MCU villains way too shortly. Like, and we know that he will be returning for the Vision Quest show. There's also a rumor that we're just going to be seeing the human forms of them, and I'm like, ugh.
Human forms?
Ugh, that sucks.
Wait,
Also,
actually?
Yeah, apparently, like it's going to be like this whole, like Ultron is returning, but also like there's been like a rumor that we're going to be seeing their human forms as like a kind of like an illusion that's been created. So like it's basically an excuse for Paul Bettany to not wear makeup and just be him. And I'm like, ugh, that's weird. Anyway, yeah, low light, Quicksilver, no Grey Hulk, Ultron's lips. Also, I feel like Black Widow's outfit. Here's the thing: when she's not in her like in an Avenger film, she looks amazing. Apart from like the, I would say,
she's in the first Avengers.
Yeah, she's great in like Endgame and that stuff. But like, her outfit in, I think it was the case that I think it was just both in Avengers and in this film she was pregnant, so it was crazy that she had to do like she she still looks great as Black Widow, and she's doing crazy scenes. But it's obviously like you can tell when after that, like for Captain America: Winter Soldier, she's completely like she has a different aesthetic in that. There's like definitely like it doesn't like if you see this film and only Avengers, then like the aesthetic stays the same. But her Captain America: Winter Soldier is like a
Nostalgia.
different. Yeah, but it's like it's not a knock on her. It's probably just outfit changes that need to be like adjusted for and brave on her filming while pregnant. Crazy, that's crazy. We also they could have done Android Human Torch here with the body because if you know Vision in the comics, he has a connection. Here's a scenario that could have been a fantastic battle scene. Could you imagine what if Ultron gained control of the Hulkbuster suit? Oh, that would have been sick. But anyway, like, and also we get the tease at the end that Thanos goes, "Fine, I'll do it myself," and he picks up the gauntlet. So it's like, what? And it's like you think he's stolen the gauntlet from Odin. But we'll find out later if that's true. But from here, let's rank this movie. We only got one more movie after this. But where shall we put Avengers: Age of Ultron? I feel like this is going to be an interesting one where we should go. Oh, damn. This movie has the worst War Machine suit. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he's barely even in it, which is also
Yeah, exactly.
another low light. It's like, wow, where was Sam during the Battle of Sokovia? Like, it would have been
Oh,
so cool
yeah.
to see all like the current Avengers there because like War Machine came, so it would have been so cool to see like all the heroes we met up until this point.
Yeah, yeah. It's a problem with the MCU with the fact that sometimes they just forget that they have characters in their sort of like virtual play box to use that they've already introduced, but we don't see them.
He was at the party, but then after that he's like disappeared for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, it's like how he dashed after like in Winter Soldier. He was there for a good amount and then he just left. I don't know what Sam was doing. Sam was just chilling.
And then he came at the last scene when they had that.
Oh yeah,
scene. It's just like you should be.
Yeah. But anyway, let's rank Avengers: Age of Ultron. Where should we put it? Does it go B? Does it go C?
For me, it's A.
What about you, Ashwan?
I'd say A, but I'd
Yeah.
say A, but lower than Guardians, definitely.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Guardians is better.
I think that's perfect. Like potentially Guardians could move up to S tier, but we'll see that to the end. But now we are on the last movie. Oh, Virtual Dave says C. Oh, interesting. For Age of Ultron. I don't know. I do think I don't know. I feel like there's still some good highlights from Age of Ultron, but I don't know. But move from Age of Ultron to the last film, Ant-Man. What a strange movie to end off Phase 2. So, Ashwan, what are your highlights and lowlights of Ant-Man?
Well, highlights of this, of course, I think the main thing for me is just like Scott Lang as a character. I enjoyed very much in this film. I like him and his friends. Like I like their dynamic. Even though the more that it gets to some of the second one and third one, they kind of just get rid of his friends, which I don't like. But this one I just like his whole friend, like the dynamic of his friends, like, and also like the main way that he actually turns into Ant-Man, which I don't know whether it will be one of your gripes or not. I don't know because I don't really know the comic of Ant-Man too well. But one of the main ways he turns into Ant-Man is by breaking into Thingy's house.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a kind of like odd thing. And like, of course, they have the whole Hank Pym stuff, which they do say that he has been Ant-Man. And so, like, you have the whole thing of, like, when was he Ant-Man? Like, who actually, because they reference other people as well. They reference other superheroes. And so, like, should Captain America know who he is then? Or something? But I also like Yellow Jacket. Like, I like Yellow Jacket as a character, of course. These suits aren't like the comic books, but I like how they look still, personally. I just like the costumes. I like the Yellow Jacket. I just like the whole like story where it's basically just like the Yellow Jacket guy is trying to take over the company, and just of course Scott's trying to get it back for Hank, kind of thing. You have the whole fight scene, which is probably one of my, like, maybe not one of my favorite, but one of the ones that I just think of and I instantly just, it's just so funny, of Sam Wilson fighting Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, that's one of the funny scenes. Like, another one, of course, Yellow Jacket and Ant-Man fighting, and then you have this like the perspective of the little girl Cassie, and you just see the little train topple over because you can't see like what's going on. You're just seeing these little, and then like when you go back to Ant-Man, there's just this massive Thomas the Tank Engine coming for him, and it's just like, it's one of the most like funniest things. And also, like, one of the main things that I will give props to this film with is that they do the size thing really well. And I feel like that's one thing that I just love about Ant-Man throughout all of it, is that they do it kind of well. Like, when he's small, like, of course, it just works really well. Like, I haven't really got many gripes with this film. That, I mean, like, I can't speak for you two, but I assume that maybe if you have gripes, they may be more comic based than what I may be saying. And so, like, certain stuff with that, and I know that I know there's some characters that maybe I've forgotten or something that maybe is somewhat a back end character, but I know that a main villain for Ant-Man is Egghead, and he's not in this, which he could have been, kind of thing, maybe for some of the. But
Definitely will
I'm
talk
assuming
about Egghead
that
in the next
somewhat
film.
in it. But like, it's just. I overall like this film when it came out. It's another thing of the fact that it's another thing with kind of the Guardians, but a bit different, where like they are very ballsy in the fact that they put out another character which isn't the more famous Ant-Man, and because most people probably think of Hank because of the whole Avengers run. And then they make it the whole thing of now Scott's the new Ant-Man, and this is now Ant-Man moving forward, kind of thing. A character that maybe not a lot of people knew of, and they just went with it, and it happens to like just be like, it is just a fun movie. And it's just, it sometimes when certain companies do make films like this, where it's just a character or a people that they just thought, right, sort of was going to put it out. It does honestly work, and this is one of the prime examples, as well as Guardians. But yeah, I love this, of course. I'd say that maybe a gripe that you could have with the film is, I don't really know, maybe just like more like suits, maybe you could say. Like, you could see like if there's any kind of like suits that Hank has worked on or something. Like, you could see like maybe there's like an OG Yellow Jacket somewhere, and like it's like a cool little comic accurate one or something. Like, I don't know, but yeah, I can't really think of any gripes at the moment, but I'm assuming that maybe you and Zion will figure some out.
So for me, I genuinely enjoy this film. It's, you can tell one of the writers was Edgar Wright, and I love his films. He's a genius. I wish he took the control of the other two films, because boy, when we get to those films, there's definitely some big gripes on those, especially in the third one. But this one, like, it the action is amazing because it's like the first time we see a shrinking character in live action, and how that could work in both fight scenes and just like in traversal, like because like you said, Scott Lang is not the conventional uh Ant-Man. He's more of like the sequel Ant-Man kind of thing. Everyone knows Hank Pym, but obviously, you know, because they didn't do Hank Pym straight away, but instead they made it more of a legacy character. This is the first case of a legacy character in the MCU, where Hank was initially Ant-Man, and I believe he's supposed to be Ant-Man after Cap's, whole, goes to the ice. That's what, because like obviously when we get to later on in Endgame, we see that he's active then after Cap's ice situation, but he's frozen in ice in that situation. But um, one of the things like you said, it's the supporting cast in this film. You have the case of Louise and the the actor. I think it's David Dasmalchian, who eventually becomes Polka Dot Man. He's great. You got what is it? Is it Ti?
The Russian guy.
Uh, wait. I need to make sure I get this right because I know because like David Dasmalchian is the Russian guy who's like Boba Yaga. So
How would you forget the last guy's name?
oh, it's Dave. Dave,
Dave.
who is played by T.I. Harris. There you go. So I do. I love that crew because one of the things about this film is like Scott isn't a conventional hero. Technically he is by heart, but then he got caught like because he was stealing from a company to give to other people, like kind of like Robin Hood, and then he got arrested. He was in jail, and then he's comes out trying to have a good life and everything, but it stacks against him because he's a former convict and that stuff. So it's like hard to get a job. Does the whole Baskin Robbins thing, and then they go
always knows.
Yeah, exactly. Baskin Robbins always does. Yeah, and Louise was a highlight. The best storytelling was with him. Just like so. I was like, this. Oh, he's such a great. Like, that's one of the things that lacks in the next film. Although he's still great in Ant-Man and Wasp, but oh boy, when we get to that one, oh my gosh! But I wish we did see more scenes of Hank as Ant-Man. Also, I love this older Marvel Legends figure where it has like it's a concept art that they've how like with Legends they would try and get the figure out for the movie, but then they're working on concept art which has the open helmet, like open mask, which honestly I actually prefer. I don't like the full helmet. That's my take. That's my take. I like the kind of like open mask because it's like it's you don't see that a lot in the MCU characters apart from Captain America. And the fact that like they make it so that there we go. Andrew says Hank was working with Peggy as a spy for early Shield, not Cap, and he didn't like Howard Stark, so it makes sense the modern heroes don't know him. Yeah, no. I wasn't saying he did work with Cap, but like it's post that time where Cap he's in the ice, but like Shield has started situation. That's pretty sick. But yeah, I love that, and the fact that you had Hope being this kind of character who's like she's judgy to Scott, but then she later on they become lovers. And Yellow Jacket is usually identity to Hank Pym, and I think one of the cases of like the What If episode that did an amazing job was giving us Hank as Yellow Jacket, but it was like so much more like sinister. Like that would have been cool if they did that in this film, but hey, we got pretty much bootleg Lex Luthor here playing Yellow Jacket, and he looks amazing, and especially action scenes. Also, I love this scene. The way the film starts, where we have Hank quit Shield because they want to use his pim particle for like soldiers and that stuff, and he's like, no. And it's also post his wife, his disappearance / death, that you're like, and he punches the guy who eventually tries to, he's more on like Cross's side and whatnot. And it's great to see like Agent Carter, Peggy Carter, but older. So it's like you're creating a timeline in the MCU. I think this is one of the cases where, even though this is like a weird outlier film, not like Guardians of the Galaxy, but it's like, who was asking for Ant-Man situation? But this film connects in the MCU. I mean, obviously, yeah. But and I love the, we get the tease of the Wasp suit. Controversial opinion. I wish the suit kind of looked like this without the sleeves, but I don't know. But and the end credit scene is the lead up to Civil War. But anyway, Zion, what is your highlight and low light of Ant-Man? Oh wait, quickly. And it was Hydra guys who were trying to buy the Pym particles. Yes. He still had that kind of Hydra story still lingering from Captain America Winter Soldier. But yes, Zion.
Okay, my gripes are just like, being a comic fan, so I got the highlights. So my highlights are, this movie's hilarious. It's the best Ant-Man movie by a long shot. Ant-Man the Wasp is not bad. It's just that this first movie it's in a league of its own, and I did know Scott because in late season 2, Hank did of Earth 20 Hank did pass on the torch to Scott Lang in like one episode, so I didn't know who Scott was, and he was more of like that criminal type. So I already knew of that, and his crew like Luis, Dave, and Kurt. The MCU should stick with these side characters, because these side characters like Scott's crew, Thor's friends, and just they enhance the movie. They make the movie feel more real with like that supporting cast. And Luis is hilarious, especially with like you said, with his stories, and then he actually referenced Spider-Man in his last story, talking about we got a guy who jumps, swings, climbs on walls, and just I wish they would have kept him around for like future products. Scott's a good character. He's like that. I can see why they chose him to be Ant-Man in the series, and he fits well. Like he's like a standout in this movie, especially with his relationship with Cassie, and then his wife and his ex-wife and the cop. I also like how the cop like become the cop. He's not like an antagonist or anything. He doesn't hate Scott.
Yeah.
He just wants what's best for his new family and for Scott even as well, because he doesn't want to arrest Scott. He just wants Scott to be like the best person he can be. And I like how after he finds out he's Ant-Man, he's not jealous or anything. He respects Scott as like a good friend now. And I like how they did that. And Hank Pym, very few surprised. There's part of me that wishing that he was the Ant-Man of the movies, and Scott was introduced like later down the line, because Hank Pym, because I've had between like reading some of the comics and then of course watching Earth Mighty Heroes, Hank Pym was the Ant-Man. He was the guy.
Oh yeah.
He's the one who created the Pym particles. He created the suit, the company. He was the genius behind it. And I get that everybody can't be a genius in the Avengers team. But it's just like, he's the guy. And like they could have like, and he has like a bunch of like his character development, especially with like Yellow Jacket. Is it would have been so good to see that on adapted on screen in one of the movies. And they and like Ashwan said about how they missed some big Ant-Man characters like Egghead. Like they couldn't. Like the thing is, I don't like down this movie because this movie's a good movie. But us being like comic fans, I don't like Hank Pym. We can't like ignore like what if and now Scott. Like Darren Cross even looks a bit like Egghead being like the bald scientist in the company doing like sinister things. So like you can see it. And it being Scott, there's no Wasp, and that's like a big like gripe for these movies. That like Janet Van Dyne is like such like a pivotal member in just the Avengers team in the Marvel universe. Like she's like the glue who holds like the Avengers together, and she's like she's not like Black Widow where she's like that fighting strong tough woman like Natasha is. She's like that. She's kind of like a partier, like a fashionista.
Yeah.
Like, and she's like, I don't know how to explain it. She's a good character. And seeing how they just like didn't include her, she's kind of like frustrating and annoying. And I know they had Hope in there.
Yeah, the fact that Hope isn't like she doesn't have that characteristics. She's more of like, she first hates her dad, and then B, she's like, you know, a bit stubborn and you know, kind of like she doesn't have that same characteristics as what Janet would have. So it's like I totally agree with that because it's like, you know, you want to have someone who's that kind of character of Janet, but then because you've already established that, oh no, Janet's gone situation, and it's obviously leading to a sequel, but it's like I kind of wanted to see her, like, you know, and it's the case, like, you know, I think, you know, like you said, the core kind of thing of like imagine or like what if, like we had both Hank and Janet part of Avengers 1, and like it could have been the case that they were retiring heroes, but they formed the Avengers, or you know, something like that, where eventually, you know, or you know, you don't have them as old people, but like you have them as like they're like you know, they start off. I think one of the cases is like the Ultimate Avengers movie has Hank and Janet, but that version is kind of similar to the comic one about the whole controversial thing about Hank is the whole abuse thing. You know, how he's abusive to Janet, and it's like I think that's the case of why they didn't do Hank and Janet straight away, because they didn't want to have that relationship. And I'm like, well, because the MCU is it's different. You could have just like removed it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's part of Hank's kind of like anger, but then again, Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes did it in the way that he didn't abuse Janet in that way, and was more like he just had anger. Like he had, you know, anger management kind of situation.
Yeah. Like I think that could have been like something to do for like a sequel. Like we know like Marvel can tackle like that stuff like they would the Tony's PTSD from the movie, and just they can tackle like stuff like that very well. So I think that like Ant-Man and the Wasp like 2 or something, Yellow Jacket could have been like the focus of that movie.
Yeah.
Instead.
Yeah.
But speaking of like Yellow Jacket, I can get behind that being like a new villain now, because like Ant-Man, for as good of a character he is, he doesn't have that much recognizable villains other than Egghead and Whirlwind are the only 2 I can name off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So I can see why they had to create like a new thing with Yellow Jacket.
Yeah.
And yeah, those fight scenes when it was on the train thing, and then how like one of the pinpointers falls on one of the ants and makes like a giant ant, and then another one Thomas the train, and then like makes him giant. Yeah, that final battle was it, it was unique, and that's what was good about it.
Yeah.
And the
And
visuals were very good.
yeah. And I agree with like Andrew's take on it. It's like they had done too much without Hank and Janet. So it would have been odd for them to be there the whole time. At least them being old and out of the hero game makes sense for the world they made at that point. Yeah. I think it's the case of like that's what happened. That was the bed that they set. And yeah, so it's like, you know, Damien says, Z-Man, correct me if I'm, but Dan Cross originally meant to be Crossfire originally.
Hey, Crossfire is also well, he's also an Ant-Man villain, but I associate Crossfire more with Hawkeye because of that thing. Yeah,
Wait, so Crossfire, is that the guy who's like pretty much like Deadshot?
yeah.
I do have his figure, by the way. So it's like, oh yes, William Cross. His name is William Cross in the comics, so possibly was the case that he was also part of Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's one thing with Earth's Mightiest Heroes. They include like a lot of like niche villains and like niche comic stories. That's just it's so good.
Yeah. So now I have that figure just because he looked cool. So now I'm like, wow, I could definitely do some Ant-Man shots with him or something like that.
They should have used it for a sequel. They should have used it for Ant-Man.
Yeah. And I need to get that 2-pack though of Hank and Janet, the Ant-Man and Wasp figures. Need to get that. But anyway, where shall we put Ant-Man in the ranking of the tier list?
A tier.
B tier?
A tier.
A tier. How about you, Ashwan? What do you think?
Definitely A tier.
Okay, so we got A tier. Is it better than Avengers 2? I feel like I don't know. I feel like it could be because there's nothing like because Avengers 2 has a lot of gripes.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a good film.
And it has Luis in it, so that's all I'm making makes it better.
Oh yeah, there you go. Now, okay, so we've ranked all the movies to like quickly review. We have on S tier at the top. I don't know why Avengers is there, but we have Avengers.
It's the best. It's the best.
Then we have Captain America Winter Soldier. I would argue that's the best. Then we have Iron Man, and then we have Captain America First Avenger. Then A, we have Guardians of the Galaxy. Then Ant-Man. And then Avengers 2, which I feel like that's got to move down. I'm sorry. And then we have Iron Man 2 at B, as well as Thor and Incredible Hulk. C tier, we have Thor: The Dark World. Yeah, very lonely. And again, very lonely at the bottom of D is Iron Man 3. Now, do we think we should move any of these, or are we good with some of them? I've already said that I may move, what is it? Age of Ultron maybe to B, but high B. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that they all look fine. I think the only ones that maybe you could swap, but of course I don't really know, would be Thor and Iron Man 3. But other than that, I think the list overall is really good. The only other thing that I would say you could do is maybe put Guardians of the Galaxy in S tier.
Ooh.
But other than that, I can't really think of much. It's mostly the list is pretty good.
Yeah. What about you, Zion? Do you also agree Guardians should be S tier?
That's like a. Eh. I wouldn't be mad at it, but I can see why it could be S tier. But to me, it's A tier.
Okay. And do you also agree like Thor Dark World should be like at D and Iron Man 3 should be at C?
Iron Man 3 just ruined the main so much. That's me. And the fact that it gets retconned too with Tony having all those suits.
Yeah.
And he continues making suits.
Oh, so then my question is, does Thor Dark World just belong with Iron Man 3 as well? Or is it okay being at C?
The thing is that Iron Man is the worst movie out the trilogy, but Thor Dark World, that's not his worst movie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. But I would say like because I know definitely we could do like a Thor, like the ranking of Thor movies, and we could easily put there. That would we could easily do that, but yeah, I don't know because it feels like Thor 3 being at C.
Thor 2.
It's like Thor 2. Sorry, Thor 2. It's like it's either D with Iron Man 3, but like high D, so it's not like rubbish. Like it's not like Iron Man 3. But also, it's like because obviously it includes an Infinity Stone, it includes the Collector's first appearance. And then again, like the cast itself is actually strong, so I'm gonna keep it at C. I'm gonna keep it at C.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's just I think it's just bland. I think that's the best case. It's like it's bland, whereas Iron Man 3 is just.
What were you doing?
But there we go. I think. Are we happy with this list, or do we think Guardians should move to S? I know Zion was saying that he.
It's up to y'all if y'all want to.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like. I don't know. I think I'm going to keep Guardians there. High A. For now. Actually, yeah. I think, yeah. And then I love how Damien's saying for both Dark World and Iron Man 3 should put at C. But I think it's the case that Thor Dark World isn't as bad as Iron Man 3. And Iron Man 3 is just... Yes, the boost. Yeah, I think. I think this is a good list. I think we're gonna keep it here. Let me make sure I save it. So let me just switch here and do some behind the scenes and save this for then when we do the next one. MCU phase as 1 and 2. There we go. Download. There we go. That is saved. So we know now what the list is. So there we go. It's done. Let's go to bed. Yes, exactly. So there you go. That was the entire MCU phase 1 and 2 ranked. And as you can see, we have here the results. Crazy ride we're in. Definitely a lot of S tiers. Definitely a lot of there's not a lot of rubbish films in the earlier phases.
It just shows how good the phases were.
Exactly. Yeah. So there you go. That is the tier list we got. So now we can pretty much call it a day because we are at the 4-hour mark. Damn. But thank you all for joining and tuning in to Rank the Movies MCU phases 1 and 2. Don't worry, for the next phase we'll do that I think there's a lot more films in phase 3, so we could just do phase 3 as 1. Don't worry, it won't be a 3-hour or 4-hour stream. So Yeah. But so now we do the whole side of things as we usually do. So, Zion, where can the lovely people find you next?
From here every Saturday, every 2 Sundays on Dan Hoos and Legend Liquor. Group 2, because Group 2 is the best. We're all part of Group 2 here. And on Instagram at DJOnty, _. And be looking out next week for figure photography for the last son of Krypton, Kal-El.
Awesome. Awesome. And Ashwan, where can the lovely people find you?
Ashwan231 Comics on YouTube, Ashwan231 on Instagram, and of course, I'm here every Saturday on the Gen Z Report talking rank the movies, toy news, maybe anime, weeb shit. But of course, every 2 weeks on Legends and Liquor, where me, Zion, and Z-Man will be in Group 2. Maybe Z-Man will be in Group 2, or maybe you'll be on a topless toy talk. I guess we'll find out in the next couple of weeks. But of course, I'll be there. And if you're not there, then you're square.
Oh, yeah. And I'm putting in the comments links, so make sure to check that out. I'm trying to. The copying is very tricky, but yeah. So everyone goes follow Zion's Instagram. He's doing some great photography and poses, which I love as someone who's gotten into the photography game. It's definitely fun. I didn't do today or yesterday, but I will do one tomorrow. Just because, as you can say, I'm not feeling well, but that's all right. But yes, you could find me on this channel, Agent Z-Man / Z-Man12 where we do the Gen Z Report every Saturday. Like we've not missed one. We're so good. We're consistent. You can also find me on the recap, the inconsistent show with the inconsistent flow, every Thursday. We had an early one this week, which was crazy. So make sure you tune into that or check that out. Legends of Liquor, Group 2 the best, or even Group 3. Who knows? Group 3 is the group that is the hidden hit in the sort of like groups of Legends of Liquor. And you can obviously follow me on Instagram for my photography. But yes, that is us, the Gen Z Report, signing off. Goodbye, everyone. Take care.
The Gen Z Report, your weekly dose of awesome.
Toys and comics.
Covering all the topics. Week in, week out. That's what it's all about.
The only source you need.
The Gen Z Report.
Gen Z Report.
Gen Z Report.
Ashwan.